I can see Gitch's point, but we have to follow what the stated rules are, and the rules don't say we rehost until we get a balanced map. So,
Yeah.
otherwise we could spend 20
Oh,
minutes just
but now he
rehosting.
has a lot more resources. I
Yeah,
mean, the mines are still but he has a lot more
at least he
herds.
has 4 mines now
Yeah.
instead of 3.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
guess I guess we'll go ahead and just say it. Um, I guess we'll incorporate that because I kind of agree that it is sucky in a mirror to wind up in that scenario, and I'd rather not have a rehost scenario again like this. So from now on, we'll just allow at the start, we'll make sure there's no horrible map imbalance, and at least say whether or not they're getting screwed completely on resources. That
Yeah.
way we can do a rehost more quickly.
Sucks that we lost 8 minutes.
Yeah, now we have to go through our whole spiel of how
Now we
German
have
Mirror
to.
is so intriguing now.
Yeah. The basis of 3D booming. Well, might as well take a look at the decks and explain to people.
Yeah, I agree. The Also the treasures on this map are not really interesting at all. There's a 2 stray sheep and a 40% explorer HP. 40% explorer HP is the better of the two, but it shouldn't have a huge impact on this matchup.
Yeah.
It has a much bigger impact if you're a native civ like Sioux or Aztec or China or someone like that. So pretty standard German deck. Now that, well, it's 1v1, so you wouldn't be seeing the Team 2 Settler Wagon card anyway. But a thing to note is that team effects on cards have been removed in the Treaty fan patch because in cases like 3v3, if you have something like Brit German on the same team, you give such a huge economy boost to the other people on the team that it distorts the way that the game is played out. We felt the only proper way to balance that was to simply remove those abilities or those effects from the game to make it fair across the board, such that you weren't stacking civs simply to get synergistic benefits. Um, so you'll no longer be seeing like a Team 2 Settler Wagon in the deck, and on top of that, the rest of it's pretty standard. This is basically a bog standard German deck that would have or has been used for years and years from Gitchin Lord. I'd bet Lucas's is exactly the
Yeah,
same.
it's exactly the same.
Yeah. Um, I guess the thing is now there's no longer the 10% deficit to experience for the German civilization. So I believe that results in one additional card that you can get out before 40 now.
Not sure about that. No, I don't think so. You get the same cards. You get 3, 6, 7. You still get 11 cards out. No, 12 cards out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first card we're going to see in pretty much every scenario is Economic Theory. Then you're going to save up your cards when you go to age 3, and you're going to send I guess the order can vary by the player, but generally speaking, you send Germantown Farmers and then you send Refrigeration Royal Mint.
Really?
At least that's what I've always done.
No, I do the opposite.
You send Refrigeration first?
Yeah, I send refrigeration first because even if I send Germtown Farmers, I won't have any settler wagon sooner because the wood I'm gathering is for the TC, not for the mill.
See, this is kind of a point of debate that's been going for a long time. It dates back to probably 2010. And that's whether or not you go TC, mill, TC, or you go TC, TC, mill.
Yeah, I do that.
I've always gone TC, mill, TC because essentially you're on like 3 TC or 4 TC production at that point because one settler wagon is worth 2 vills. So you max your settler wagon slightly faster in exchange for a slightly slower regular vill max speed. And I feel like it balances out to be roughly similar between the two, but all of the highest booms I've ever gotten with German are doing TC mill TC. So I think it's probably slightly more optimal overall, but
I think you delay the 30C too much, don't you?
no, it's only about a minute, but it doesn't seriously impact the Vil max time. I think it's like 30 seconds overall to the Vil max time, but you complete settler wagons like a minute sooner.
I might try that. Never really tried that. I just watched like Storm Cummings boom on YouTube and I copied that.
As I suspect many people have.
Yeah. And watch some recorded games.
See, I picked up the TC Mill TC from Savory Beef way back in the day.
Savory Beef? I've seen some guy with the exact same name on ESO. Savory, but he plays Supremacy now. It's probably like a Smurf.
It might still be the same guy. He stopped playing Treaty quite a while ago, and I doubt he even really plays much anymore. He's probably in the same camp that U of A is now, where he basically just pops in occasionally to say hi.
Yeah.
So, I guess the other facet of the German boom is that you start with 20 villager pop in age 1. You just get your market ups and go straight to age 3. Generally, you mine a little bit more gold to get the second woodcutting upgrade as well.
Yeah. You want to gather like 1250 gold for the gang saw? No, not gang saw. What's the name of the...
Log fume.
Yeah.
And then generally, the other thing you can do is leave like a handful of vills, maybe 2, on the mine to help speed up getting hunting dogs. Or not hunting dogs, steel traps, sorry.
Yeah.
Because essentially then, once you've got your TCs and mills up, or your TC and first mill up, you can do hunting dog, or I keep wanting to call them hunting dogs. Steel traps in the middle of the cycle before your next mill. And that'll boost your
I actually do steel traps, like ASAP. I make the TC, and then I make the... Because I leave like 1 or 2 villagers on the mine to get the 125 gold for steel traps. Okay. So as soon as I have the resource to do it, I do it.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. How you slot it in is pretty flexible. It's just so long as it's up before you're in full bore with your villager production, really.
Yeah. But if I see if I can make like the TC, I will cancel the steel traps.
Yep.
Because I rather make the TC faster.
Yep.
So I don't miss like villager seconds.
Yeah.
Training. Yeah.
Yep, I understand. Yeah, that's kind of been my approach, is I just slot it in when it naturally makes sense.
Yeah.
So, I guess one thing to talk about while we're going through the booms as well is
Mm-hmm.
that all of these games are being played in a round robin style, which means that each player is going to have the opportunity to play at least one game. If someone is mathematically eliminated um, at the end of this day, we'll proceed either directly to um, the next match that would decide a tiebreak or progress directly to the finals. Um, the schedule for today is Gitchin Lord versus Lucas, which is the current game, then Gitchin Lord versus Sabusa, and then we move on to Dictator versus Gitchin Lord, if I remember correctly, and Dictator versus Sabusa. If we wind up with a three-way tie, like I said, we go to having tomorrow have 3 matches total, so 2 before the finals and the finals themselves, or we go directly, if we have a 2-way tie and one person is out, we do the matchup of those 2 players, otherwise we go directly to the finals. I think the chances of us at least having a 2-way tie is fairly high today. I don't think that there's going to be too many complete steamrolls in this tournament.
No. Players are equally skilled.
I would not even be surprised to see a 3-way tie at the end of this day.
Yeah.
Especially
Dictator
if
doesn't
Sabusa-
play Lucas today, right?
That's true.
Then I doubt it. I want to be impartial, but I really doubt it. That Dictator will drop versus either Sabusa or Eastern Lord. But we'll see. Eastern Lord was really close to beat Dictator last tournament. Not sure if you saw it.
Yeah, I did.
Their game. Yeah.
I think it's a possibility that Sabusa could match up to any of these guys and beat them, particularly if he does something weird and kind of off meta, because one of Sabusa's strengths is that he's been playing for so damn long that he can pull back some old weird stuff. Like, he could go and pick Dekken out of pure what the fuckness to make someone play Dekken and play a game that would favor him.
And now that ports are not the only viable safe for Dekken, then we might see some interesting games, because with the range mort nerf.
Yeah, especially I think now Dutch actually would be fairly strong on Dekken because of the sheer size of their start army. When you have lower train speeds, having that huge mass is actually pretty significant.
Yeah, it's hard to kill.
Yeah, if
And
you
you get
lose first fight, the snowball effect is extremely high.
Yeah, you get huge map control, or after the first fight.
Yep. So it would be interesting to see something like that play out. I'm not going to bet on it, but I think if anyone were to pull out something like that, it would be Sabusa.
Yeah. Yeah, the Dictator and Lucas play really standard. Heads up, no runs, no jumpings, just pure head-on fights.
Yeah.
Lucas' score is significantly higher than Eastern Lord.
Do we have any grades in queue? No? Nothing. No upgrades in queue. They have same upgrades. It looks like Lucas got steel traps a little bit sooner. Oh no, wait. Coin upgrade is going in the market right now. Amalgamation for mining and seed drill. That's probably why his score is down so much. Because he's got 2 upgrades still going.
Yeah. Oh, but Lucas is gathering from the animals and not from the mills with settler wagons, while Giston Lord is gathering from the unupgraded mills, I suppose.
That's true. Gitch has
Yeah.
done a worse job of herding too. You can see that there's the one hunt that's completely untouched, whereas if that was near his TCs, he wouldn't even need
This
to be
one?
on mills. No, this
Or
one
this
right
one?
here.
This one, yeah.
That one's not even been touched at all. If he had been herding
If
that
I
all
was
game,
Eastern Lord, I would put like these wheels training to the mine instead, and like send villagers and be aggressive with this herd.
yeah, I'd
So
probably
that
send him to this mine, just because it's a little better to not overload that one.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I think that Lucas has done just the better job of herding throughout the game because he's kept more of his hunts closer to his TC. You can also see he's pretty much cleared his hunts completely now, where
Yeah.
he's got just a little bit left on each. And that's
Eastern
the
Lord has
perfect
like
situation.
two-ish herds still.
Yeah, and
He
they're pretty
hasn't
much
been,
full herds at this
yeah, he
point.
hasn't been aggressive enough,
Yeah,
and therefore the score difference.
yep.
That's
It's pretty
that's
much all
pretty
just
much
down to
it.
that.
Yeah. I don't think he didn't scout this. I don't know, because neither
Scout.
of them has
Scout what?
really tried this treasure, because neither
Oh.
of them has tried to get it.
Well, as I said, it's not that impactful in the German mirror, but if they're being true gentlemen, maybe they're not taking it simply because it does give a slight bonus to the other player.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, by killing the animals, you get XP, so it's a win-win.
yeah. Yeah, that's why, like, even completely shitty treasures I'll usually take just for the experience to speed up a card.
Yeah, exactly.
Lucas is already
Why
going
did
to
Distant Lord
Imperial.
already made a church? Did he made mercantilism? Hope not.
Let's see. No, he didn't send it. He's
Did
going
he
to
did he send
Industrial
like
now.
any mill card?
No.
I definitely should have.
He's just got seed drill going. Or, not seed drill. Artificial fertilizer, but that's been done.
He should have sent sustainable agriculture, because he had so many settler wagons on mills.
Yeah. Well, I generally still wait to send guild artisans because it's 35% to settler wagons.
You can have it anyways. Whenever I make settler wagons on mills, I always send mill cards, and I still get the one of the industrial cards up. And by the time the card is arriving, I'm already aging, so
That's
I
true.
can, so I can like send mercantilism and send the facts as ASAP. So it doesn't really hurt me. It hurts more not sending the cards than like waiting 20 seconds for a fact.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Especially if you're already on mills, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
You can see, though, we're pretty much dead even on, like, the villager numbers and things like that, so the score difference is still largely down to the poor herding by Gitchin Lord in the beginning. I mean, he still hasn't even touched that one hunt at all.
Yeah.
And there's still 3 guanacos on, like, this hunt over here, and barely touched the one over by the treasure.
He didn't touch this one, I think.
Yeah. It's odd to me that he's gone ahead and basically...
Content. Who's gonna? Oh, it's Geist. Geist got it.
Get your P.
Yeah. Reaction time. Okay, so they are both in Imperial now. But yeah, the score difference is
Lucas hit
like,
Imperial faster, too. Like, he
yeah.
was the
It
first
was
in.
Imperial at 22.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a full, like, 30 seconds faster to Imperial.
Yeah.
And Gitch sent Mercantilism after he hit into age 4. So he basically, like, got in, or started Imperial, then sent Mercantilism, and started Circular Saw. Whereas Lucas, if I remember right, was researching circular saw before he even he started it as soon as he hit into industrial. Okay.
Yeah. No, you just gotta spam those plantations really fast so you can get the XP and not really overgather wood. Even though it's not really a problem to overgather wood in German Mirror because we'll need it.
Yeah, you absolutely need the wood no matter what. So
Yeah, but generally, it's not a German Mirror. The more wood you gather, the more it hurts your economy, if that makes sense. So you want to get the coin cards out as soon as possible.
absolutely. I mean, from here, we're just going to see the build out of the economy anyway. Once you hit Imperial, basically, it's
Yeah,
go
just
ahead and,
sit watching and yeah, watch your resources grow.
yeah, upgrade, chop trees, um, build lots of plants, then delete a ton of hills with like 30 seconds to go.
Yeah,
So there's not going to be too much to expect out of either player in that regard. The score difference is still fairly massive here. To be basically like 60 points down is big in a German mirror. Especially because, in my opinion, whoever is down the most in like the first 3 minutes is almost guaranteed to lose a German mirror.
yeah, for sure.
If you're down, say, 100 points in the first couple of minutes, it's very hard to come back because the
Unless
matchup
you
is just
mess up
very spammy.
massively.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, unless someone messes up, like they throw away all their calves and you get like total calf dominance or something stupid like that, it's very hard to come back from a score deficit.
Yeah.
And I guess
Because you will never kill the artillery mass of the opponent if you lose your all mass.
yeah,
Because yeah, you make coverings, but he makes it as well. So while you are shooting his calves, his heavy cannons are wrecking your skirms, and so yeah, you will just drain.
yeah, and it's especially brutal for the Nats as well because whoever has the heavy cannon advantage is
Yeah.
basically murdering the opponent's natives.
Yep.
I guess something to discuss as well for the people who are less familiar with Treaty is also how this matchup plays out in terms of like why Germans are so good on Andes essentially. And a lot of it just comes down to the fact that both of these native settlements are Incas. Incas produce basically hand anti-cavalry, a pikeman type unit, and a like Mace Holton Grenadier hybrid. As a result, they're extremely good in terms of synergy with skirmisher compositions because you can essentially use them to buffer your army so that hand cavalry basically does nothing. And they're reasonably expensive, but not insanely so. So they make a good like meat shield buffer unit as a throwaway to keep your skirm mass alive. Germans, because of the high economy that they have, winds up being a very good civilization to use with natives as a result.
Yeah, because they can sustain the net spam really well.
Yep.
Hmm.
I guess we can also talk a little bit about like I think the setup in terms of where the trees are positioned favors Lucas a little bit because he has more of a clear space and less to clear with vills.
Yeah.
Whereas Gitch has a lot
Gisselnord
more.
is going full try hard mode. He made all the outposts already. Yeah. And yeah, these trees will be a problem, I think.
Those ones will, but I'm wondering if Lucas would like try to just push along this side instead, because then he'd be pushing into the trees, which would be pathing Gitch's units all wrong, and he doesn't really have much to worry about, because he can easily clear this batch. Dang it, let me flash. He can clear that batch, and he's got a pretty good spot there. But we'll see.
Yeah, but this is pretty easily to close.
That's true.
Yeah, like 3 villagers here wall off this part of the map really fast. How much wood, sorry, does Lucas have? Is he going for 40k?
Lucas
40k wood.
currently has 30k wood, so I'm assuming
Yeah,
he's
he's
going
going
for the
for
40k.
about 40k, yeah.
Is there a good way to see what cards have been sent on the UI? Yes, there is. So, I guess we can go over the card order as well, just to discuss it here. And Gitch's card order was... Stop scrolling, thing. It was Economic Theory, Refrigeration, Germantown Farmers, then Sustainable Agriculture, Royal Mint.
So he sent the milk card.
Yeah, he sent that
Then it's
before
fine.
Royal Mint, and then after that he actually sent Food Silos, Guild Artisans, and then the 2 factories. And now he's got his 3 coin cards out.
Yeah.
It looks like
So
Lucas basically...
they both sent all the economy cards.
Yeah, Lucas did the more standard route that I'm used to, which is you go Economic Theory, and as we discussed, you basically got either Refridge or Germantown Farmers. He sent Refridge, then Germantown Farmers, Royal Mint, Guild Artisans, 2 factories, and then all of his cards for mills afterwards.
Mm-hmm. I like Gista Nord setup because he has his FB far back, so he doesn't get mortared from the start fight.
Yeah.
So he never gets really pushed back.
And he has a good amount of space even in front of the towers.
Yeah, to make in bases and barracks and stables.
Yep. And then if he starts getting pushed back, he's already got that line of towers built up, so it's just going to be run directly.
Yeah, it's going to delay Lucas' push for sure, yeah.
And the other thing is, with the way the trade route runs, it actually makes it kind of hard for Lucas to push over that line, because you have that kind of weird curve right where he's setting up, and it's very hard to build over that curve on top of your opponent's army. If there was no trade route, you can inch it forward more, but the trade route makes it so there's basically a huge, like, 1 barracks, 1 stable spot where you can't do anything. Oh, it looks like, wow, 4 heavy cannon is what I would expect.
Yeah, it's expanded at this point.
Yeah, that's a pretty standard start. And they are capped at 4 now as well.
Yep.
So what are you expecting for the rest of the composition in terms of how it will round out at 40?
It depends. I think if you make 4 heavy cannons, you either go full Dops and Hulan, but since you don't have Hulans now because of the patch, you don't get free Hulans, then he's probably gonna make cover in War Wagon and Skirm, I would assume.
Okay. Yeah, I would assume as well. Generally speaking, Skirm War Wagon is the more cost-effective composition. The one problem can be if you do face like a pure Dop Ulan with heavy cannon start. If you don't produce at least like 10 Dops to buffer, you can sometimes
but now
get overrun.
since you don't get the free Ulans from the shipments, I don't see people making them on the start army.
Yeah, especially for a risky
you rather go
start.
safe than like all in, because Ulan Dop can go really well or really bad. So if you want to go safe, Skirm, War Wagon, Heavy Cannon, and Culve is the way to go, in my opinion.
Yeah. I would agree with you. If you're going to make a composition, you want to make something that's going to get the best cost effectiveness.
Yeah.
And making Dop Ulan, which is kind of a risky composition, it's hoping you win the first fight by enough to actually make a viable push off from it. That's not really worth it from a cost effectiveness standpoint, especially at this level.
Yeah, and it's easily counters. If you see that your opponent is making dops, you just can go back and kite the dops.
Yeah, and maybe if you see it in advance of 40, you add like 10 dops just a buffer for your army.
Yeah.
That way you don't get rampaged in the start fight. There's a lot of ways to counter it that are fairly obvious so long as you scout it and see it.
Yep.
In terms of base layout, like, I actually feel like Gitch is doing a better job of putting his stuff like in a nice setup. I feel like Lucas kind of maybe should have just built his wall further back, like directly against his base, so he would have more space as well, to kind of do that line of towers.
I think Kitchen Lord has the space for these embassies as well.
Yeah,
he's got
space. He's got it all set up perfectly, so he can just put his embassies behind. His FB's really safe and secure, so he's not vulnerable to like an early push with mortars.
Yeah, but I think Lucas did this FB because he knows he won't get pushed by Eastern Lord that hard that he will lose everything he has. He's confident enough in his play.
Yep.
And he's good enough as well, so.
I guess the major difference we're seeing too in terms of how the booms are panning out is that Lucas is keeping that like 40k gold number like you were saying. Gitch is not.
Wood, you mean?
Gitch only has like 20k wood right now. He's actually down on food as well, about 10k down on food and about 10k down on coin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, he's down on food because Lucas has 8 villagers more on food.
Okay.
Because this mill.
Okay. Yeah, Lucas still has like 20k gold to like 6k for Gitch, but Lucas may not have started his upgrades yet.
Yeah, the upgrades, yeah.
Let's check that actually. Yeah, Gitch has already done all of his Imperial upgrades, whereas Lucas has his like guard upgrades going right now, so Lucas isn't even close to done with his upgrades. That's the difference there on coin.
Imagine if one of them makes spies by accident. Would be the 40 minions ruined.
That's the point at which you just resign and say, well, fuck this, I've lost. I guess the other thing is whether or not we'll see kind of any split pushing stuff where one of them tries to push through the cliffs to the other person's natives.
You mean these spots?
Yeah, because I don't think you can devote your entire army there anymore with how this map is set up. I think you basically have to fight where their FBs are set up, but I think you could mount like a small side attack with some mortars and stuff to try and take their nats away.
Yeah. To be honest, like, the correct spot to place your army is here, because what matters is the nets.
Yeah. If the other person did and you didn't, you would lose.
Yeah. The guy just needed, like, to make, what, like, 6 layers of walls? And even if he pushes, you're getting 4 nets, and you will have to defend, because if you get 4 nets, you can just delete pop and defend your base yourself, even if he pushes.
Plus, if you were to split your army, like have half on the outside, half here, and they just put all their stuff on the outside thinking, I'll just crush his army. I mean, you can just go deny his nats, take this, like, delay him a little bit, and then start spamming at him as soon as you get your nats up, just to slow him down while you take 4 nats. and then you'd be
Yep.
in a huge advantage.
You probably can even like deny him from making the speed upgrade, the train speed upgrade. Oop, that was a misclick.
Yeah, if you were to send, like, say, just 10 Ulans to kill the Explorer fast enough, you'd be
Yep.
fine.
Or some spies,
You and your
some weird,
spies.
some weird stuff.
You just
That
love
could...
spies, don't you? You want to make spies in every matchup.
No, no,
man.
no. I mean spies the unit, not the,
not
not
the
the.
not the capital upgrade.
Yeah. I've actually last tournament. I think Ajiv did that. Sent like spies to the nets and killed the explorer.
Yeah, I've seen that in 1v1 before. I've seen some weird junk too, but I'm
Hmm.
surprised, like, with the fan patch that people aren't making a couple of spies in their start army versus Sue. Because
Hmm.
if you go any amount of artillery without, like, 4 spies, that artillery is dead in the first fight. Because I'm just going to send War Chief and one hit it all.
Yeah.
So if you make, like, 4 spies, you can stop that, which should give a really strong start versus Sue. So I'm a
I
little
wonder
surprised it's not an adaptation
now
we're
that
seeing.
Aztecs are buffed, if we're going to see Aztecs, because like in this map, you can easily deny, like imagine Aztec versus German, you can easily deny the nets.
Oh yeah. German wouldn't even have a chance in the start fight even after the nerfs. They'd lose that pretty hard. And you could
Yeah.
still split like 20 pop off just to take the Nats and win the first fight against a German.
Yep.
And now that
I
now
think
that
they would
Mace
be
Holden's
viable, but I
cost
don't think
coin as well.
anyone. Yeah, I don't think anyone has the balls to play them in these high level matches.
Yeah. It's
I
actually
wouldn't. I
interesting though.
wouldn't. So.
It's interesting to think about though, because especially with Mace Holton's costing coin, the synergy with natives actually is not as bad as it once was. The main
Mhm.
problem before is you would just drain your woods so bad because you're making Mace Holton, Coyote Runner, and Nat, and you couldn't sustain that. But now with Mace's costing coin, you can actually afford to dump some wood into another unit. So dumping it into Nats wouldn't be that bad anymore.
Yeah. Did Lucas make 4 heavy cannons as well? I don't think he did.
He only made 2 that I see.
Yeah, he made 2. Oh, he's making more. Factory
Okay.
still on cannons.
Okay.
1 is at least.
So he just waited to switch his factories over then.
Yeah, you see, Eastern Lord already has 2 culverins. 4 culverins actually.
Yeah, 2 of them just wandering off into the Netherlands.
Yeah. And yeah, as you can see, the booms.
Yeah, Gitch is still down about 100 points now, which is huge in a mirror.
It's 10k resources, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot.
yeah. Lucas is basically 10k up on food, and they're roughly even on wood and coin now.
Yeah, I like Eastern Lord setup a lot more.
Yeah, in terms of base setup and like how his FB is built and things like that, I prefer Kitchen Lord setup. I think if Lucas has a good first fight, though, it could be hard for Gitch to recover because if he loses first fight definitively and he's already down 100 points on score, I don't see how you come back from that.
Yep.
But then again, I'm a pretty bad player, so I don't come back from even a score advantage.
You are alright. Don't, don't be so negative.
That's what I am as a person. I'm a negative person.
Don't make this awkward. Don't make me give you a compliment. That's what you want.
No, I don't. No, I think this should be an interesting matchup when they start fighting. I don't expect it to be over fast, no matter
I
who
hope
has the
not,
advantage.
because we're sitting here 40 minutes.
Yeah,
Might
if
as
it's
well
over
watch
in like
something
5.
decent. Yeah.
If it's over in 5, I'm gonna be like, well, fuck.
What an interesting game it was.
So interesting, guys.
Well, this is 3D in a nutshell. So you boom 40 minutes, and then you fight 5.
Yeah. You hope that you don't just immediately lose.
Yep. Oh, Lucas is actually placing a lot of pop on nets.
Interesting. That makes sense though. If he okay,
Oh.
so is
Lucas is probably gonna get pounded. Oh no, okay, he has coverings.
Gitch is sending pop there too, but the addition of the 5 skirms,
yeah.
Dop versus Dop, it's going to be who hits first, and then the skirms will take over, and basically, like, if Lucas hits first, then the skirms will make it so he wins.
Oh yeah, he's gonna invade.
Yeah, he's going to lose that invade. He might get the post, but he's not going to, those units aren't going to do much beyond that.
Yeah.
This is a smart decision from Lucas too to
But
just split off 5
down.
Dops as well.
The post is going down.
Yeah, but
Siege.
Gitch is probably going to lose his as well.
Siege.
Let's look at, or I'm going to watch the first fight now too. For the call for.
Really bad.
that call for went bad for Gitch. Lucas still has all of his calves up, and Gitch is already down 4 calves.
And lost pretty much. Oh no, he still has the 4 heavy cannon. Okay.
Yeah, but he's gonna lose him here soon enough because there's only 1 calf up, and as soon as the rest of Lucas's calves get up there, it's just gonna die. It looks.
Oh my god! This can
Did Lucas
have
actually?
post.
Lucas didn't lose his post, did he?
No.
So Gitch is in a worse position because Gitch lost his and lost call for.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna lose the Explorer as well. Oh.
Yep.
This is bad.
This is really bad because he still doesn't have the native train speed upgrade yet.
And Lucas is pressuring his natives.
And Lucas is pumping around the mortars because he has the call advantage too. So he's gonna turn this into a push now. And we can see like a heavy Dop composition coming out because he's just going to try to probably push through knowing that he's got the train speed advantage right now. So he's going to make native Dops, some Ulans, pump a little bit of skirms behind it, but mostly just be pushing with the mortars and try to melee his way through his opponent here.
Yeah, and like Lucas now can pump some mortars here and deny this native.
Yep. This is This is a bad scenario to be in. The fact that he still doesn't have natives too. Holy shit, that's bad. Yeah, he's 2 minutes in.
And look the score difference as well.
Yeah,
Lucas barely drained or didn't even drain, and
yeah. And the train speed disadvantage right now is going to make it hard to mass up enough to be effective. Bad waypoint there too on the war wagons.
Oh, everything is going wrong for Gishtamar.
Yeah. This is
for every cannon still alive. And yeah, you called it. We're about to see the quick 5 minutes.
I don't want to be this prophet.
You jinxed it.
The unfortunate thing too is that wall there from Lucas at the natives, like, that's so bad for
Lucas
him.
now has this position as well.
Yeah.
This is so bad.
Down 200 points, positional disadvantage, can't keep his nats up. Like, this is not looking good.
No, not at all.
But this is really good multitasking from Lucas as well. He's got 2 pushes going simultaneously that are both going pretty darn well right now.
Yeah. He has like 25 more pop.
What in the hell is going on in the treaty chat? Fuck you, Matt.
Oh, by the way, how many villagers did they kill? You didn't say that, and I can check.
Oh, sorry about that. Gitch is on 40 regular vills, and Lucas is on 50 regular vills.
Okay, so East even killed more.
Yeah. So he had the higher starting pop, and he's still down a significant amount.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, part of this is just going to be the cost and efficiency factor, too, of getting his natives so late, because his mass for a little while couldn't really keep up. So those 2 minutes while he was down on mass, he's spamming, queuing things, but not getting enough stuff out, so his army is less effective for that period of time anyway.
Yeah, and now that Gisnlord is like shooting a lot of pop on net,
Yeah.
Lucas will just jump in full on his front.
He'll keep the the mortars there just to keep the frustration there and force that commitment, but Lucas is doing a far better job of splitting his attention on the map and not overcommitting to any one spot, which is hard to do because a lot of times when you start splitting your army in a 1v1, you're like, oh god, I've really got to defend this, and you
you commit
pop there.
one spot only.
Yeah, and then you get in a situation like this where Lucas is taking both portions of the map because he's just effectively splitting the map. He doesn't need to push against Gitch and natives. He just needs to sit there with skirms and a mortar and deny one map.
We talked about artillery war. Well, that's not the case today or now.
Yeah.
There's no artillery out. It's just a mess, really.
Yeah, but that's kind of the nature of having a split map situation, is you don't have time to micro effectively in both spots, so the artillery war doesn't really happen. It becomes who can roll over the other player more effectively.
Yeah, I think the mistake Lord made was like sending the 10 dops and not like waiting to the wall segment to be done. It was like too, how do I say, it's like too, it's missing me, the word is missing.
It was too all in.
Yeah.
The other decision that Lucas made at the very beginning that was very intelligent was to split his 10 dots, 5 and 5. Send 5 to deny Lucas Gitchin's post, and 5 to slow down Gitchin's attack. And with the 5 skirms, that worked out beautifully for him.
Yeah.
And you can see now Lucas has the natives, and also...
And it's over.
Yeah, he's got an FB going up on Gitchin's side of the map at the exact same time. And Gitch has basically resigned himself to the fact that he will not be holding the natives. You can see this by the fact he's trying to wall over there and just has Pop sitting there now.
Yep.
He knows he's lost snacks. I guess this goes to show, like, how very small decisions ripple through in Treaty. That small decision at the start and the slight difference that they got out of it for those 2 minutes basically set the stage for the entire rest of this game.
Yeah.
And it's
Lord was too greedy. That's the word I wanted to say.
Yeah, he wanted to just murder Lucas's Nats, but he didn't think enough about defending his own.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah,
no.
At this point, we're just going to see Lucas push with all his pop through Nats, while also just dedicating enough pop to slow whatever Gitchin does on the other side of the map, so that we get in a scenario where Gitch has no push, Gitch has no Nats, and Gitch has lost total map control. At which point, the game will be over because Lucas can just smother him to death then.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
I hope that Lucas or that Gitch doesn't tilt here.
Yeah,
and
there's a
GG's been
GG.
called.
Well, nice job, Pi. Good way to jinx it.
I know, I'm OP at this. You've got to resign as well.
Oh yeah, right.
Gitch was in the
Oh.
semifinals in the last Treaty Cup, correct?
You forgot church tag.
Ow.
Yeah, he lost to Dictator in semi. No.
Was it semi or quarters? I think it was quarters, wasn't it?
I think it was quarters.
Yeah.
Or even.
It might have been round of 16.
Yeah, yeah, I think it was.
Oh yeah, that was a crap matchup to get Dick in round of 16. Yeah, I remember now. So I guess.
And there's that.
Yeah, that, as we said, that game basically rippled from a very small mistake that wound up heavily tilting the game in Lucas's favor.
Now
yeah,
go ahead.
No, it's fine. I gotta get.
Trevor said Jason Lord lost in the round of 8.
Okay.
But yeah, this doesn't really reflect his skill. It's just a mistake that turned into a huge mistake. It's nothing to do with that his real skill is.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Against another high-level player, a small mistake like that can absolutely tailspin the game to a loss.
Yeah,
it happens
definitely.
all the time. Let me, where the heck is Sabusa?
Yeah, it was out in the round of 16. We were right.
Yeah, Trevor, get your facts straight.
Yeah, right?
Can't trust Trevor, God.
Such a noob.
Exactly. So the next matchup is going to be Gitchin Lord versus Sabusa. I think that this will be a closer matchup. I hope.
Don't jinx it.
Damn it, I joined at the wrong time. I wound up versing him. That would not be an interesting match for anyone. I guarantee you Gitch would kill me.
Maybe if you played Sue versus China.
I could win a horribly imbalanced matchup, yes.
Oh, got kicked. Oh, not a German mirror again, please.
Oh, Sabusa,
Ori.
my man. He vetoed Andy's.
It's Ori. It was expected.
New Orinoco it is.
Eastern Lord's gonna pick Spain.
No, he's gonna pick British.
No, he's gonna pick Spain.
Ah.
We
Gitch
played
was
this
telling me
matchup.
he was picking Brits because of the lack of trees on this map.
No, but I played versus Eastern Lord. I was friends who was like Spain, like to simulate this match.
Well, civs haven't been picked yet, just map. So
yeah, and the map Orinoco is not really that bad for like a quick match like Spain France like you see,
Oh,
but like for the German mirror or a German versus Brit, yeah, it would suck because you'd run out of wood because there's not enough wood.
well, Gitch is a liar then, because he was telling me yesterday that he was planning on Brits on New
Mind games,
Orinoco.
man, mind games.
That bum. I can't trust him anymore, man.
Yep.
I'm excited to see a map
Oh,
that isn't
Spain
Andy's.
mirror.
Oh, shit.
Interesting. Look at
Let's
the chat.
look at the what?
The chat. Look what Artcore said.
Kitchen sink at the power glove, but the power glove is too powerful. Nice.
uh,
Mirrors on the or mirrors at a high level are pretty much expected. Um, I would be surprised to see too many matchups that aren't mirrors. The only person that I think might go that route is Dick, because Dick is someone who generally trusts his own like skill over Civ matchup. But he still won't be picking retarded Civ matchups. He wouldn't be like
yeah,
Sue
I don't
against
think you
Port.
would risk it. A Spain mirror versus Lucas, for example,
Yeah, I
because
agree
he
that.
loses all the time. I don't know why.
Well, Spain
Yeah.
Mirror is a wonky matchup. It actually, I would say Spain Mirror is like the best matchup for Sabusa because it favors his style of just running someone over.
Yeah, but Station Lord is really fast as well. So,
That's
but
true.
yes, Spain Mirror, in my opinion, like has to do a lot with like your Lancer positioning more than anything. It kind of brings some luck into the matchup. If your Lancers are attacking well, are not bugging you out. If
Hmm.
your Lancers are eating the skirms, you know. Some.
Oh, the insult start.
Yeah, the cross is good.
Yeah, neither one of them got screwed on resource positioning either. They're both like roughly the same. Maybe slight advantage to Gitch based on one hunt being slightly closer, but compensated by the fact that one of his mines is slightly further.
Let's see the treasures, because sometimes they are pretty dumb.
100 XP,
Ooh,
60
Sabuza is
food.
pretty. Like,
Ooh, 135 coin.
yeah.
That one's a nice one. 40 food.
And the one thing, Sabuza only has 60 food.
Yeah, and there's a 20 or 120 coin on
Well,
Gitch's
let's.
side as well. So that's 200 and some coin, 250 coin right there. Doing math in my head. I think it's whoever gets them. I don't think there's a half map. Treasure
Yeah, I don't
stack.
think like 100 resources is that much to
I
rehost the
think
game.
I wouldn't rehost over it, but certainly if he gets both of them, that's a pretty nice early game advantage to your boom. Because you're talking 250 coin, which is like getting it's getting log fume for free.
He has 135 coin and 120 coin.
Yeah, so he's got 255 total.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a full upgrade for free.
So yeah, should we ask them if it's okay?
You could rehost
It's
forever.
better. I don't want to be yelled at.
You could rehost forever on treasures, though. I suppose we can ask, though. I don't think it's a huge deal. It is a decent advantage to...
It's what, 250 coin?
255 total. But then again, Sabusa could just V-line straight across the map and be like, fuck you, I'm stealing your treasure, man.
Apparently, Sabusa lost his fingers because he can't type in. Okay, just don't take them. Well, he already took one. It's 100 XP.
That's fine. Getting 100 XP and one player
Oh,
gets
what
100,
Christian Lord got? Yeah, okay.
100 coin. I think that balances out nicely.
Yep, I agree.
Especially because you should get your second card faster due to 100 XP, which gets you a little bit from getting economic theory like a minute faster. Yeah. Wait. What? Sabusa's late on all of his cards. Me no understand. Sabusa was late on capitalism and economic theory despite 100 XP. Okay. He's like a minute later.
10 Rodoleros. Their decks are the same as well.
Yeah, I would be shocked if we saw a divergence on decks.
To be honest, I would rather have infinite 300 wood rather than 10. Yeah, I don't know.
10
Maybe
rods.
10 Rodoleros is better.
10 rods is a decent amount of resources, and they just run in and take
like,
shit for free.
Think about it. In a Spain mirror, like holding on 10 pop can make the difference.
Yeah, it can easily swing the matchup. And the other advantage is that the rods buffer decently against gnats. So the fact that you're getting 10 of them for free and that they have they have pretty decent resistance and HP and stuff makes them really valuable in this matchup.
Yep.
Maybe against like Brit, you could argue that they're basically useless because they're going to run into a Musk, but I think in a mirror or even against German or something like that, they're pretty useful.
Yeah.
Rip Sabusa's boom for sending cards late.
I've actually removed the rod cards on my Spain deck. Not in Spain mirrors, but I've added some. But never mind. It's on EP, the SC's patch, so.
Or, well, Treaty Fan patch.
Because Rodoleros, like, generally, I don't use more than, like, 20 rods overall. I make, like, 10 in my start army, and then if I see I'm getting overwhelmed by Cav, I make another 10, but not more than that.
Yeah, for the most part, in Spain Mirror, you're pumping natives against the opponent's natives.
You have Waminkas, so they are cheaper, and are probably... I'm not sure if they are better. They are probably not better, but they do the job.
They have similar-ish stats. I think they do a little more damage, but have a little less HP.
Yep. Oh, interesting. Sabuza did 18 village age up, right?
18
Yep. Now
Yeah,
you
he
have to
did.
make 20, so you can have 600 wood whenever you eat Fortress Age.
Yeah, he's got 18. Gitch went the straight 20.
Yep.
I think going 20 is advisable because even though you're getting to Fortress faster, you don't actually have the wood to produce the TC anyway.
And yeah, you don't get anything by rushing Fortress.
No, you're just 2 vills down for like a
Yeah,
minute.
you just, yeah. Look at how much he's waiting, his explorer is waiting to make a TC.
Yeah.
And now you see Gishan Lord eat Fortress, and he will make the TC as soon as he eat Fortress.
Yep. And he aged with the 2 vills, so he's 22 vills to 19 right now.
Oh, Sabuza did 500 food age up.
Yeah.
It's the only guy I know who does that.
Yeah, if you're going to go 20 vills, I think it makes sense that you go 2 vill anyway, because if you're basically going to get the res to go immediately
You
into...
see, like, Gishan Lord starts the TC even earlier than Sabuza.
Yeah. He's
Whoa,
2 vills up,
that's...
he's starting the TC earlier, and the only advantage Sabusa has is he sent refrigeration slightly faster, but that does not compensate for 2 vills in the early game and a slower
Yeah.
TC.
And it reflects on the score.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be a snowball. Because Gishan Lord will age first, or I mean faster, and we'll have more villagers.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to be at least 2 vills ahead for pretty much the entire boom at this point, just by the fact that he got the 2 vills from age up.
The Gishan Lord did a nice job herding these tapirs.
Yeah, he learned from last game where he basically didn't herd.
Yeah. I don't really like Orinoco. These colors are so sad.
It's the same colors as Andes.
Yeah.
It's not like it's any less attractive than Andes.
Like, the color of Andes is more happy for me.
It's equally green.
No,
It's actually
the other
more
green
green.
is more green. Look at the ground.
We're debating colors of or shades of green here.
Yeah, what else can you do?
Especially with the Spain boom. There's nothing interesting to talk about with the Spain boom. It's a standard fast fortress Euro boom.
Yeah, you just can't mess up.
Yeah.
If
One
you mess up,
boom.
then, well, you might as well... No, I'm kidding.
Okay, it's not that bad. At least there's only like a 6-point difference right now, which will become more as the game goes on, but it's not as massive as like Gitchin's disadvantage last game where he was outboomed by 100 points.
Yeah. It's probably gonna be the other way around now.
I think it'll probably balloon to about a 50-point disadvantage.
50, yeah.
Because Gitch was down like 20 points.
And
earlier
let's
in
see
the
if
game.
Sabusa doesn't forget the net upgrades for coin. I don't know if he knows that.
Oh, yeah, you can actually build the native post early to get the coin upgrade.
Yep. Let's see if both of them don't forget that.
That's true. And you get the train speed upgrade before 40, which levels it out nicely because you can't have that scenario of denying the natives like we saw in Andes.
Yeah,
this is going to be forced to be a straight-up fight.
Yeah, and like sending 25 Mayas now, it's pretty much useless because you won't get anything.
Yeah.
You would just send them to like run up here and take the net.
But you're
But
running
now, since you
directly
already
into
have
your...
the train speed, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you're running directly into your opponent's army, and quite honestly, the Maya don't do enough to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, I rather have the both train speed
Yeah,
out
I agree.
rather than the 25 Mayas,
I agree.
which got nerfed because it used to be 30.
We changed the unit too, didn't we, though? Although, I may
The
not have.
stats?
I think so. No, I don't think we did. It's
No.
been in discussion that we would change the
No, they
stats
still
to make
suck
them
ass.
less suck. But even
They
with the
still suck.
Imperial upgrade, they're like a fucking guard pikeman. It's like, what? Why am I spending 2,000 coin on guard pikemen?
Yeah.
So, I guess interesting things to talk about would be how the map setup is going to affect the mirror because of the fact that you have the huge unbuildable space. It basically forces both of them to just mash armies. Spain Mirror is basically an army mash anyway, but this makes it even more so because there's nowhere else to play on the map, really.
You're just gonna smash lancers into each other.
At least you didn't say smash rods into each other, in which case we would have started degrading very quickly.
Yep. Yep, they forgot Ink Attack.
Oh well. It shouldn't be... So long as both of them have forgotten it, it won't massively murder them.
If one... run away.
I will DQ you if you ring.
Imagine if one of them really misclicked.
You are not ringing over a mistake both of you made.
Even if only one made, I wouldn't rehost. It's your own fault.
Yeah, you should have known that going into the map.
Nice. Sabuza going to making mills. Orinoco OP.
Best map ever.
Best map ever, yep.
High quality.
This map is... I can't go over maps.
Honestly, I think the most interesting map in the pool is Deccan. I think it's the one that has the most, like, weirdness to it and makes for the most interesting games. Orinoco is basically Andes except always in natives. At
the
least on this version.
Colors are different as well.
Oh, the colors are different. We should make a version of Andes that's purple so that we can just play on like a purple version of Andes.
Yeah. Imagine. Like Gothic style.
It's the same map. It's just a lot worse now because your eyes bleed.
And then you put Slipknot's rocking in the background. Well,
I guess you could still get the upgrade late.
I rather,
Just
yeah.
won't be that beneficial now.
I just don't like white maps where it snows. I really can't play on that.
Oh, you don't want Siberia?
Oh, not Siberia. The one Siberia is okay, I guess. But like, there's some maps that go into the team supremacy, like maps where I literally can see my villagers. They are like hiding in the snow, and then I get raided, and I'm like, well, I'm sure I had 5 villagers here gathering from this animal. Where are they? And I didn't even see the calf raiding me. It's so bad. I think I'm color blinded.
Time to turn on colorblind mode.
Yeah, full color. Alt F. Yeah, by the way, for anyone interesting, Alt F is the hotkey for changing colors.
Now I can make everyone red, so we could not be able to tell the difference between Sabusa and Gitch.
Yep. Let's party. Oh man. Suppose it's still industrial. Nice.
Yeah, I let's see, go back to improvements. He's aging now, but as you said, kind of the ripple effect of having the slower age up initially and the less vills when he got to or faster age up to 3 but delays his age up to 4 because he
He's
has
now
less
only
vills.
making the post now as well. While Gistin Lord, as he's for about like 1 minute, maybe more, haven't really paid attention to his.
The upgrade's still researching though, so
Maybe next game, if I'm still casting with you, you should like helping me figure it out why my UI is not working.
um
So,
you probably
it,
just need to install the file.
or
I can
maybe you
send
can
it to
like
you.
you just need like install TeamViewer and then you make it yourself on my PC. Makes things really, really easy.
What am I, your tech support?
Yep, my computer Navi or whatever it's called,
Well,
computer savvy or
since
whatever.
people in chat are asking to check the decks again, these are perfectly standard Spain decks, and I wouldn't expect to see a damn thing different between them. Um, you've got cheaper natives, you've got all the standard military cards, you get Lancers, or all the Cav combat cards, and you get Cabarellas, or however the hell that's supposed to be pronounced. And then you're just going to go with all your economy cards. You can sack one of the cards for infantry attack because it's not really that useful for rods in this matchup because you're making natives. I mean, technically you could sack them all because they're pretty much useless since you're not really making that much rods. But if you're sending the infinite 10 rod shipment, you might as well include them and make that shipment slightly better in value. Kind of like how now Sue's deck changed a lot with the fan patch because with the Infinite 7 Bison card, it actually makes sense to include the hunting cards to send later on in the game now.
I haven't played Sue yet. Maybe I should.
Sue's pretty fun, they're just frustrating. Especially with how bloody retarded the set and bows are, where they do the Arrow Knight thing of siege down a wall and then immediately run forward into the opponent's army. So you're
Oh
like
yeah.
constantly saying, "No, dumbass, get back here! Don't kill
Yeah,
yourself."
you can probably shift click them.
Even if you do, it doesn't work. They automatically run forward.
No,
It's
that's what I'm saying. You can shift click them.
yeah, you can't. It's just so bad.
It happens to
Spain
my mods somehow.
Spain's church technology is
Wait, why is Usabusa running all his villagers back to his... Like, just make your own stuff here.
I have no idea. He wants a fancy laid out base. Someone in chat's asking what the Spain church tech does. It gives you 25% more HP for all of your heavy infantry at the cost of speed. It also gives you overpop in the form of halberdiers and hakapels. Which it's actually interesting with the church tech. Spain's muskets become pretty damn good because you wind up with like a nearly 400 HP musket that has more damage than anything or any other musket with unction. So they're actually like one of the best muskets in the game when fully upgraded with the church tech and unction. It's just that Spain has such good units otherwise that they almost never see play. But they're actually pretty decent outside of natives to do like a musk skirm comp.
Yep, I'm here.
I guess there's not
Okay,
really much interesting to say at this point because we're in the
just
boring
just say
part
the
again.
the final view distribution. I think it might be good. 48 on food, 40 on coin, 11 on wood.
Yep,
That's it.
that's pretty standard.
Some people used to like put 40 on food, facts on food, and like 30 to 1 coin, I think it was.
Yeah, I would never do that.
Yeah.
Factories should pretty much always be on wood or a cannon because of the fact that wood is the slowest resource to gather.
Uh, mm,
The only
Sometimes
exceptions,
with Germans, if I like overgather wood in, if I'm not playing with natives, I will switch my factory to coin.
yeah, and with Ottomans actually in
Oh yeah,
standard
it's
part of the
supposed
boom,
to be on coin, yeah.
yeah, you do coin because you're gonna go 100 vil to trade anyway.
Yep.
And with Brit, you can actually do factories on coin as well if you're not going natives because you can easily chop enough wood for all your upgrades and just get additional coin.
Well, if you no, then factory should be on food because your only source of food is the cows and the sheep. So,
That's not a
and
big
you
deal
have
though. You still get like 60 to 70k food by
yeah, but
40.
you have like all the coin cards out. Why would you put your
That's true. I have never done it, but it is a viable thing to do. I usually just leave them on wood because I'd rather overkill some wood so that I can wind up sending longbows sooner.
yeah? Sometimes I regret a lot doing like changing my factories whenever I hit like 10k. I think, oh, that's too much. I mean, I don't need this much wood,
And then
and
you
then I
start
change it,
transitioning to
and
longbows and
then
you're like, oh
yeah,
fuck.
yeah, and then oh shit, maybe I should have had my factories a little longer on wood.
Yeah. What's interesting is the scores right now are actually favoring Sabusa, but I'm gonna look.
That's
That's
Luxembourg probably making upgrades.
not significantly more upgrades than Sabusa's making. Interesting.
X. Uh, Check if either of them forgot any capital upgrade.
Sabusa didn't. Gitch didn't either. Hmm. What else could explain that? Looks like mercantilism came slightly faster for Sabusa, which might
Mercantilism doesn't add anything.
maybe. Well, no, the shipments didn't get out that much faster, so
Maybe that's because Sabuz has a lot more villagers on coin than Gishlord does.
that's true. If he's overgathering coin because Spain lacks one food card, it could affect it.
I don't see where are Gishlord's villagers. Okay, so Gishlord now is ahead.
Yeah, probably just like the cost of upgrades that were in the queue.
Yeah, maybe advanced arsenal or something.
Yeah. You're also seeing, you're going to see both players wind up getting the Incan road building in advance too, because that's a pretty good tech.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to get all the upgrades anyway, but that actually offsets the loss that they take by using the church upgrade, the infantry breastplate. It actually basically offsets it because you wind up with the same speed you had before. Apparently, the ESO servers are down, so as soon as we get out of this game, we're probably going to wind up getting kicked now because quality servers.
Yep.
ESO hype. Are both of them just going to patrol each other's bases with missionaries for the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, what else can you do?
Oh shit, we got a missionary fight here.
They're trying to block each other.
I want to see missionaries fight other missionaries. I want it to be like that close of a game that it comes down to like they have no
Missionary
resources left,
micro.
and the two missionaries
Missionary
are just
micro.
bashing each other. I think that would be a pretty OP way to end the game.
Now imagine if someone forgets action.
If that happens, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna resign.
If that happens, then I'm done with 5-minute games.
Well, Genshin, or no, that's Mission Fever, so Genshin hasn't sent Unction yet.
Gishin Lord's about to like have his missionaries blocked. No.
They're gonna get walled in, and Sabusa's just not gonna let them out.
Why is Sabusa making such a big FB? That's a waste of wood. Oh.
Yeah, you're gonna basically rebuild your FB anyway. You
Yeah.
just need enough to produce like your start army and enough
And
to,
if the other
like,
guy pushes to
spend.
here, then it's probably over.
Yeah. I would honestly just, if anything, like this spot right here for both of them is probably more important to just put some stables so that you can spam some lancers from the side after the first fight while you're still building your FB. But beyond
Okay,
that,
so yeah, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say beyond that, I don't see any point.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, if Christian Lord loses this one, he's out, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone
So
who
he
goes
has his
0-2,
back against the wall.
yeah, anyone who goes 0-2 on day one is out. There would be no way for them to recover in their remaining 2 matches and do any more than 2-2. So at best they could tie with
Now
someone
imagine
else.
imagine if Christian Lord beats Dictator, and then Sabusa loses to it. Oh yeah, but then the tiebreaker would go to Sabusa because he won versus Christian Lord. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so the only way it could happen is if we wound up with like a really wonky scenario of basically virtually everyone trading games and Dick like beating everyone or something like that, or Lucas beats everyone or something weird like that. In which case it wouldn't be fair to any of the players to basically say you're out just based on one game, and we would basically have them fight each other. But I don't see like that tie being that likely. I do think the possibility of there being some tie that might have to get broken is a possibility. Like I could see there being a scenario where the 2 people on the bottom might have to vie for a tie or something like that. But
yeah,
well, really it wouldn't be that scenario that matters anyway. The only scenario that matters is like there's no clear second place, or everyone is basically screwed. But the tie scenarios are possible. I don't think we're going to see a total 3-way tie. That's incredibly unlikely, but a 2-way tie I do think is a strong possibility. Because I don't think anyone will go through completely unscathed on day 1. Except maybe Dick. Since Dick doesn't have to face Lucas day 1, that gives him the best chance of going through unscathed.
yeah.
But then again, I'm doing math in my head now, and if there's one thing that I've learned, it's that doing math in your head on stream is a terrible idea. Trying to
Why?
plot.
Because your math is terrible. That's the reason.
No one ever gets mental math right while they're casting. No one.
Yeah, you embarrass yourself by just saying stupid numbers.
And then later on, you're like, wow, I was a complete fucking tard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trevor's already correcting me saying there's no way to do a three-way tie, so I am a retard. But whatever. And to answer the question coming up in chat, then yes, Dictator is playing today. It's going to be Dictator versus Gitchin Lord as the next game, and then Dictator versus Sabusa after that. Oh, apparently it's Dictator versus Lucas day one. Trevor scheduling the matches to be OP. In that case, we actually could legitimately get into the four-way tie scenario if Lucas beats Dick. That would be interesting.
Which is pretty possible to happen because Dictator didn't play the last week.
Yeah, so he's a little... Well, I'm not going to say rusty, but he probably isn't as fresh as some of the
isn't
other players.
in shape. He's not in shape.
Yeah.
Or not as in shape as Lucas is.
Apparently, I'm a very bad organizer because I can't even remember the schedule to the event that I helped organize, but okay. Oh well. Actually, though, that does make it more interesting today because seeing Dick Lucas is probably, I would say, the marquee matchup of the day. That's the one that you look at and say this is going to be the closest of any match we see.
Yeah. Why do you have your graph so low?
My graph?
Yeah. Your graphics.
Oh, because as wonky as this sounds, AoE's coding is pretty freaking terrible, and generally speaking, if you wind up with high quality graphics, even if you have good stuff and it starts lagging, it just makes the problem worse.
Mm-hmm.
I can actually bump it up some, though, since we're just
Now
waiting
don't
here.
do it because you will not see the XP.
Do what now?
Hmm? If you turn, if you change your graphics mid-game, it will cause a bug that you won't see XP from units, like dying and shit like that.
That's not a huge deal for casting, though.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
it's
I guess.
probably better to have slightly prettier graphics so people don't look at it like, wow, this game looks like crap.
Yeah.
We'll go all the way to very high. We'll stress my graphics card to the max, people.
There's a guy asking if you have a YouTube channel. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do. I don't really post content anymore, so it's not very useful, but it does exist.
It's just a flame war on the poor white Irish king or whatever.
No, that was us flaming Whiplash.
Oh, yeah, right. You and Goodspeed.
Yeah. I want to bring that series back, but Goodspeed isn't around anymore. I want to take like old replays and just sit down with someone and flame the entire game and make that into like a regular thing. I think that would be amusing content. High quality entertainment.
Whisplash was never good.
Whiplash was a decent player, but he was a port lamer. Like, that was the
Okay.
only civ he could play at a competitive level.
Mm-hmm.
And Whiplash was also a complete jackass. But that's not unusual of old school treaty players anyway.
Yeah.
Complaining about an old school treaty player being a jackass is about like complaining that the sun is bright.
Yeah. I mean, there's still some 3D players that complain and flame. I won't say names, but
I think we all do it to an extent. I mean, even like Dick has gotten pissed off sometimes, and
yeah,
he hasn't
Trevor.
directly flamed
Trevor is the
anyone,
worst. Trevor just flames people.
but actually, I like the approach you're going for of trying to incriminate Trevor, who's probably the nicest guy of
Yeah.
anyone in the treaty community.
I
Although
don't think he wants to belong to the 3D community. I think he wants to belong to the supremacy community. Or no, the deathmatch community. All right, he's only the only member of the community.
community of one. Interesting that we are actually
He's the
seeing the
dictator of deathmatch.
interesting that we're seeing the Mayas get sent.
That's because Kishinori is just bad.
Wow, starting the flame war now.
Just kidding. He probably has a better. Yeah, he has a better Spain than me.
I think Dick
Are we
is
going to
probably
see-
the only person who
or-
hasn't directly flamed me at some point or another. He gets
Who?
pissed off, but Dick doesn't really
Dictator?
flame people.
Oh, that's because you were in Skype with him. If you were not in Skype with him, you would see his
He flames you.
fury coming out. And be like, oh, this guy is so bad. I want to see some artillery.
It's a Spain mirror. You never see artillery. I'm surprised that Gitch even bothered making a Kolv. I would just be like, fuck that. I'm gonna make Lancers.
No, that's just going to stay safe, in case Sabuza has like 1 or 2 hours artillery.
Eh. If they go 2 horse artillery, you just run them over with more Lancer anyway.
How many lancers are that? That's a lot. 25?
Let's see. Military. 30. Well, 29. But
And Sabuza.
Sabusa has exactly 30.
Interesting. And 15 rods. No, maybe more. 3, 4, 5, 6, 12.
Yeah, 15 rods.
Yeah.
It looks like Gitch has 31 skirms to 26, and then he's
I hope
got
Eastern Lord doesn't forget his missionaries
more.
there.
yeah, that would
Holy.
be really unfortunate.
So yeah, 50 score advantage. Oh my god, he's look at his missionaries. They are stuck. Okay. Now they're good. Yeah. But Eastern Lord is probably gonna win this war anyways because of the 30 Mayas. He's gonna run the Mayas, I think.
Yeah, he's holding them back so that he can run them
Yeah.
up as soon as like the
Otherwise,
fight
they would be in
starts.
the front just to get murdered.
Yeah. The one
Oh.
mortar's an interesting choice as well.
The one mortar? Where is the mortar?
On Gitch's side.
Oh yeah, he's just jammed in. Oh no, he's gonna use them to actually fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just gonna be the giant like Spain Lancers lancing other Lancers. So
Yeah.
that's all this fight's gonna be.
Ooh. Okay, so Sabuza wrecked.
Yeah. That's
the
why I
first
say
line, you know?
you pretty much, there's no point in going with any artillery, because if you do, you don't win the Lancer war, because you wind
Yeah.
up with less overall, like, anti-cav and cav.
Mhm. Three and upgraded SRs. He actually made more than 3. But
Ouch.
he made like, I don't want to say 10, but like 7.
Accidentally hitting the normal hotkey.
Yeah.
Here we're really just
I
gonna
don't
see
know
this turn into a spam war too. Like,
Yeah, if I don't know if in such a spammy cav battle, I wouldn't make SRs to kill Lancers. I don't know if it would be worth it doing that.
not with the amount of anti-cav. Because when you're slamming the Nats in too, I don't see how that would work well, because the Lancers kind of soft counter Nats.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, here, really there's not much to discuss, because we're just gonna see these armies clash and small differences in like who has
I'd
the
like
right
to see
unit
some.
count at
I
what
would like to
time.
see a stable formation lord like here to flank these skirmishers.
Yeah,
because
plus it will reinforce faster.
yeah,
That one mortar still being alive is actually pretty significant right now,
yeah.
because he's delayed a lot of like getting the outpost set up at this point. Also, since people in chat are trying to debate whether or not muskets would make sense in this scenario, they do not. They get murdered, or they get damaged enough by Lancers that if you're making muskets to buffer against the composition of Native and Lancer, they're essentially just going to get melted by the Lancers, and whoever makes like 15 to 20 skirms is just going to kill all of your muskets. They will die so fast that you're going to wind up being extremely cost inefficient. They're not a good choice in this unit comp.
I was reading the chat. Whoa, what happened? Lord dropped a lot on score. Or it's suppose on blood. There's no blood brothers. Okay.
Well,
Wait.
there's no Blood Brothers.
Yeah.
There's just the cards now sent or give you the upgrades. So,
Okay.
but then actually that would mean Gitch should be ahead, because his score would be artificially buffed by having sent Maya earlier. So Sabusa's actually winning this cost efficiently right now. But that's actually not too surprising, because he's had more skirms for the majority, but he's still been mashing the Nats in the front. And if you have like 10 more skirms that you can keep alive, yeah, and if you can keep like 10 additional skirms alive, it's a lot in this matchup, because it increases the efficiency by which you're killing the Nats pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think.
And he's definitely mixing in a few more rods, which are not a bad choice, because the rods buffer a lot.
Yeah. Like, Gishan Lord's skirm mass is just jammed in one spot.
Yeah.
He's not really killing these natives, he's just shooting at Lancers. It's not the main objective of having skirms in the back of your army. So like, if you see Eastern Lord's Cav, he's just going into Flamingas and rods.
You can also see Gitch is actually making slightly more Lancers than Sabusa is, because Sabusa is mixing more rods with his comp, as you were saying. So, Gitch actually has like a push advantage. His army is further up, but it's doing less overall, because he's just got way more Lancers that are getting killed by the Nat and Rod, which isn't very cost efficient. the amount of Lancers that Sabusa is mixing in right now is actually really good for him.
The Eastern Lord switched these factories from
The other thing is,
some food or food.
I want to see who sent Cabarellers first. Gitch sent Cabarellers first, or Cabareller, or however the hell it's pronounced. I'm not gonna keep trying to pronounce words that I shouldn't.
Yeah.
Unupgraded Huss again by accident. If you're, I can see the resources too, and Sabusa is massively ahead on resources right now. Sabusa has like 4k food and like 8k, 9k coin, and Gitch is drained. Gitch is on 100 food and 500 coin with like 2k roll.
So we lost.
Yeah, Gitch has lost this fight.
And he's out.
Yeah, that's actually a surprising result to me. I did not expect Gitch to go out.
It just
Pretty much.
spammed too much.
Yeah, I just didn't expect Gitch to go out 0-2. I expected Gitch to maybe go like 1-1, and then we could have wound up with like 2 people at 1-1 or some weird scenario like that, or 1-2 or whatever.
Yep. Oh, he's making artillery now, but now it's too late. You should have done that way earlier. Like when he had the cavalry advantage, why
He
not
should've-
mixing some artillery? Like if you
Yeah.
have like 2 cavalries doing nothing, might as well like make your opponent make artillery to counter you.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
think what he should have done is after the first fight, just queued up like 1 horse art. Because like you said, he had that advantage on the cults. So if he just keeps those 2 cults alive and just has 1 horse art, he can kill a lot with that 1 horse art.
Yep. Yeah, now
Now-
it's over.
Now both of them are pretty much out on food though. Sabusa has less than 100.
Yeah, but Sabusa has a lot of units up.
Yeah. So this one was a 7-minute game.
Well, the other one was 8-minute game, so we're getting there.
Spain mirrors are basically like this every time though. I think they basically are decided in the first 10 minutes every time. I'm gonna lower my quality some in case I am actually causing lag in the game.
Maybe Sabusa because he's from Mexico.
Possibly.
His connection is not like
I wasn't
top
seeing
tier.
like any frame rate drop or anything like that. I just there might have been a little bit of additional latency there.
To be honest, the difference on Lancer is not that much.
No. They both produce pretty similar compositions. I think it's just the thing that decides Spain mirrors is who gets like what advantage when in terms of how you're mixing your army. If you wind up in a situation where
What
you're
decided?
mixing,
Yeah, what decided was that Sabusa's Lancer were much more like valuable than Eastern Lord was, because Eastern Lord was pretty much like spamming Lancers into rods. I mean, because like that doesn't achieve
Yeah.
anything
yeah, when
other than just draining you.
when Sabusa's waves would come out, he was already kind of in a lead and could use them to mop up some additional stuff. Whereas Gitch's stuff, he was trying to bully him down and just out-eco him, but he can't because it's a mirror.
Yep. Sabusa had, yeah, like you said, Sabusa had like more skirms, so he sniped or killed more of Eastern Lord's natives, while like Eastern Lord had like what, 20 to 25 skirms?
Yeah. I'm gonna check on the treaty chat because I don't know if they can connect right now.
I'm gonna grab something to eat. Be right back.
Yep, that's fine. And also, as Trevor is pointing out in chat right now, because of the fact that there's now one person at 0-2, there is no chance of having 2 games before the finals tomorrow. We are in a state where the most we could potentially have right now is a case of having one game before the finals. I'm gonna keep calling it Cabarellers because I damn well want to. Cabarellos. I don't know. Someone who can actually pronounce that can tell me how it's supposed to be pronounced. And since I saw some discussion of this during the game, I want to point out something regarding the Treaty fan patch, which is the amount of changes that we've made are necessary because Treaty is a fundamentally different game type from Supremacy. The balance that works for Supremacy does not necessarily apply to Treaty. You have to make a lot more adjustments to be able to make it work because of the sheer imbalance we have. There are certain civilizations in Treaty, like French, for example, on the regular robot entertainment version of the game, that are just so fundamentally broken that when utilized effectively by a top tier player should have a near 100% win ratio. In order to be able to balance the game with the way Treaty works, you have to make more fundamental changes to the units to be able to, and the civilizations, to balance that out. The game was never designed around Treaty. I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic for a second, run to the bathroom, and I guess I'll put on some music for you guys. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, after the series, we'll be taking the stream and cutting it up and uploading it to YouTube. So all of the games will be available as VODs afterwards for your viewing pleasure. And this is not an uncommon issue to have the servers be up, but not able to log in. So we're kind of in a wonky scenario right now. My hope is that this gets resolved reasonably quickly so we can get Dictator and Lucas online. What? I guess we're gonna wind up playing a scenario in the meantime, and I'm probably gonna get my ass kicked, but let's have some fun. We're gonna give it a little bit, see if it comes back up. Lucas can't use Game Ranger, it does not work for him, so I guess potentially we could switch to using Voobly if that works out.
Okay. Ready to get annihilated.
Sure. I
I'm so
actually
bad
have
at
my
this.
microphone in front of my keyboard right now, so this is gonna suck.
I'm so bad at this. Round one, here we go.
Round
Oops.
one, black screen.
Abbas. Ooh, interesting.
5 Abyss. Oh god, this is gonna be a pain.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, go. Oh,
That sucks.
You lost.
Yep, I've lost.
Oh my god. Okay, well. Actually,
No, I'm dead. Such shit, micro. One Abyss against the world.
he's gonna die.
Nope.
Fuck.
I'm gonna guard that
trolling.
Abyss with my life, bitch.
I'm trolling. The fuck?
Oh, damn it. Now I'm dead.
Okay, you can delete the rest of them.
No, to the last man.
I will probably choke. Because why not?
I mean, there's no way I'm winning 3 Jans to however many you have.
9.
Yeah.
GG. GG.
That was not a GG. That was a terrible game. Now what's round 2? Is it gonna be like crossbows, musket, cav? Gotcha.
I hate 3 units micro. Because I group them, and since I'm not used to group units, it go. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, the lag. You just jam yours.
Just jam shit on you, man.
You're not messing around.
Nope, I am not. Fucking 3D micro, run in.
Okay, well then.
Yeah, I'm dead. Fuck it, melee mode. God damn it, I can't even remember what I set the old hotkeys to now. I'm dead anyway.
You are.
Whoever engages first is really kind of at the disadvantage, because unless you get all of your units there at the exact same time, I feel like I should just group musks and anything else together.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna jam in everything I have, okay? Just drag box all your units and move them forward. And let's see who wins. Okay? What the fuck? Okay, you lost then, if you don't wanna do it. I don't even care. You lost again. What a surprise. Don't kite. Why are you kiting?
Do what I want.
Ah, so annoying.
Oh,
You're
shit.
making me press the
Getting
alt
fed into a
bar.
wall.
I'm eating your low HP ones. Am I gonna lose?
I don't think so.
I think I am. Oh,
No, you have more.
no I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I have set. Oh yeah. It's gonna be close.
Fucking fire!
Microwing 1 unit at a time. Just to eat your low HP ones.
Yeah, this is an intermission at this point because the ESO servers are down. Fuck it. Retard mode, go.
I think people are like,
I'm pretty sure people are probably looking at us
we
like,
are
wow,
not
these
taking this
guys are bad.
seriously. We're just having fun. Because micro is precisely in 3D doesn't really matter, so I don't really care.
Yeah, it's not like we're... It's not like,
Don't go melee mode. That's gay. You're actually gonna win. Sight? Oh. Oh, you have more skirmish?
because my skirms were at the back.
Yeah, mine were as well. Okay, now I still have a cuirassier though. No!
Not for long.
Yeah. Yeah, I lost.
OP. Pi best micro.
Okay, now jam everything in. Literally.
That's what I did last time. Like,
No, it's not.
yeah, the cav just hit
Drag
first.
box the whole thing.
That's what I did. And then I started microing.
Okay, okay. No, don't micro. Just let him shoot.
That's not fair.
Well, how is your cav like? How did you kill my cav? And that's bullshit.
Because I meleeed muskets immediately. So
You
I
microed that.
Yeah, I had like 5 muskets in with my cav.
Oh, I'm not microing this time. I don't know anything about this. Just gonna jam.
Oh, Axe Rider should hit first. Horse Archers should stay in back.
I don't care. Just go.
Should try to micro crossbows against the Horse Archers.
That's what I'm doing. You lost.
No.
Yep. I still have a melee cav.
No, you don't. I do.
Oh, yeah, I lost. Great. Okay, let's. Okay, I'm gonna micro now.
Lucas can
You're
log in
going
now.
way too hard for me.
Lucas can log in now, so we should be able to actually
Okay. Okay, I
get
won.
the real games going. You won overall, yes. I lost my connection to ESO. That means they
Yeah, me
restarted
too.
the servers. Okay.
Oh, the Titans collide once again.
Yeah, this is certainly the marquee matchup of the day.
I guess I have to root for Dictator. Cause I'm in East Clan.
Wow, that makes me the most impartial because I'm on TRT.
Even though. What a surprise! I'm actually shocked.
Like I said, I suspected Sabusa would be the one to mess with people and try to pick other maps that favor him more.
Brit Mirror. I think I can say.
This is going to be a 17-hour game.
Oh, now you are the developer of the Brit Boom. You have a lot to talk.
There's not... I mean, cowing and all that stuff, there's a ton to talk about. It is a pretty interesting boom, but this matchup in particular is one of the most frustrating because it takes so long to drain for both players because of how sustainable Brit's economy is. I've played Brit mirrors that lasted 3
You
hours.
You have to give your thought on why did you choose those cards.
Well, people still disagree on cards anyway, so
No,
that's
but
not that
not now.
interesting.
But not now. Like when you start the game, because
I
yeah.
picked cows because cows make more resources.
You pick cows because cows make nice noises.
Moo. Yes, I prioritized the noises that I was hearing for the entire boom.
You were wait, I'm lagging. You were bored in the game, so you said, "Oh, this sound is cool. I'm gonna make more cows." Wait, I'm just waiting for my ping to go normal.
Okay.
Wait.
This is a really this is an interesting matchup too. I actually like Brit mirrors more than German mirrors. There are aspects of it that I hate, like the dragging on effect that Brit mirrors have, but I think that they're a lot more. Like, German mirror feels to me like it's completely decided by first fight and positioning, whereas Brit mirrors, it feels like there's a lot more comeback potential. And also, one thing we can also say is so long as mines aren't completely fucked up, the balance on this map is fine because you only really need one hunt with British anyway. So, mines are good.
Yep. Trees for dictator. Oh.
They've
Trees
each
for
got,
Lucas are not that like ideal
yeah.
for Lucas. Not for dictator either, so I guess it's fair.
People are asking where you're from in chat.
From Portugal.
And yet you don't play Portuguese all the time. What?
No.
So, I guess to discuss the Brit boom and kind of its evolution, because that's the part that I think we can, or I can provide a little bit more interesting insight into. Originally, the like really early Brit booms were all pretty bad. Essentially, they were slow booms to fortress, max houses in fortress. No one did cowing. Brits maxed at like a 2.1k score doing that crap. It was pretty bad, and that stayed for a while. I think the first person I actually saw doing cowing was Bradarshi, and he had a really primitive and unrefined boom, but the core idea was there. Essentially, you go ahead and you start cows, and you use that as the rest of your boom for your food income. A card that was really popular at the time that is no longer necessary or popular was the Manor Houses Produce Villagers card, which you would send so you could produce 20 at a time. But there's no real reason to do that because your score is actually worse by doing that since it delays getting out other cards, and Brits max their vills fast enough anyway. In terms of from there, what kind of happened naturally is we slightly refined a lot of different things in the build order. Like we fit in, you get 20 cows. We fit in sheep, or we figured out the sheep timing. We fit in sheep in like the transition from 2 to 3. We did some other refinements to eliminate the need for using the coin card or the coin to wood card, things like that that kind of altered the course of the boom. Yeah, so one of the things that just came up there, the rules have nothing around treasures that are potentially serious alterations to a boom. Oh, sorry about that. Like getting a 1 villager treasure, which is what we have here. They're basically agreeing to a gentleman's rules of not taking them. The actual rules of the tournament do not specify it one way or the other, and if this were a normal casual game, it would certainly get taken. So that's just kind of a gentleman's rule that's being applied here. And my wife is coming home.
And the dog as well.
Yes. Sorry about that, I'm back now.
Okay, so Trevor is saying to take in account the last rules of the last tournament.
What was the rule in the last tournament regarding treasures like that?
You couldn't take the veil.
Okay.
You couldn't take it.
Yeah, I think that's the most fair to both players, unless for some reason the map spawned with 2 villager treasures and both people could get one.
Yep.
So, I guess kind of to go back into the history of the Brit boom, which is where I was at earlier. Essentially, what you're going to see is you get out your 20 cows, you start aging to 3, you eat your first, or to 2, you eat your first batch of cows, and then you transition into building 3 more livestock pens, and you start your round of sheep at that point. All the while, in the age 1 period, you're going to be trying to get as close to maxing your manners as possible, so that you wind up with a large number of villagers when you head into age 3. And your age ups basically go straight in a line where you go 2, 3, 4, 5. And you just hit Imperial basically with 1 TC never really doing anything besides aging. And really, Brit booms have a lot of room for mistake in them because of the amount of time that's spent on livestock micro. If someone is really, really good at livestock micro, they can easily amass like a 50 point or more difference from someone who's not very good at it. Both of these guys are very good players, so I would not expect to see a massive difference between them. There are a few divergences already, though, that you can see in the boom, which is Lucas actually got out 4 houses and slightly delayed his second pen, whereas Dick slightly prioritized his second livestock pen, and as a result only has 3 houses out.
I like what Lucas does more than the... Because you just want to eat the cow. Whenever you get the card out, I don't know the name of it, it's the fooling mills. So you can gather like the cow really fast. Hi.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, my view on it is basically... I see your point. I prefer to have the first batch done sooner so you can begin training the second batch. It's kind of a cascading effect that the sooner you get your batches of cows out and the sooner they're eaten, the faster your other batches go, and that adds up a lot throughout the course of the game. I generally will prioritize getting the second pen before a 4th house, simply because of that.
Okay.
It's a very small difference in terms of how the economy plays out, though. And it doesn't significantly impact anything besides the early game because it basically balances out by the time you're getting to age 3. What the heck was that?
Look what Yurashik is saying in the chat.
Yes, indeed, we do not know how to micro. We're treaty players, we don't micro.
We just, like, drag box units and...
Drag box units smash into each other. Whoever wins, wins.
It's the luck factor.
So, you can see here, Lucas has his first 2 cows coming off. Dick should have his popping fairly soon too.
Yep.
And essentially now, the transition to go to age 2 is going to start. Then you're going to go a lot more on coin to get into 3. And before too long, you're going to build out your next 3 pens to be able to get out your sheep. That's going to be happening within the next minute or so. For both players, we're probably just waiting on fulling mills to actually arrive. Oh, no, it's already arrived for both players. Dick's slightly behind on his card send times, actually, which is interesting. He actually got ranching out about 20 seconds slower, stockyards about 30, and that's kind of carrying through on everything else. He's about 30 seconds behind on all his cards.
Your voice is a bit laggy. I don't know if it's me or you.
Let's see, I don't think I'm dropping any frames right now. No, I'm not, so I don't think it's my connection. So, to kind of discuss a few aspects of the livestock micro aspect of the Brit boom, one of the things you do is you delete a cow as soon as it's going to get hit in a lot of cases. Dick is not doing that right now, but it basically saves the animation of the villager having to hit the cow twice if you just do a delete, so that the vill immediately gathers it. And that allows you to also then immediately requeue it to start training the next one. You can see Dick is now building out his sheep pens here, probably continuing to build some manors. The coin is starting to flow in so he can go into the third age here. You pretty much, or you always age with the 2 villager age up for Brits. Lucas is behind on getting his livestock pens out. He's actually delayed them in favor of probably more manor houses, I would assume. He's probably maxed on manor houses, but delayed on sheep. Which...
That's actually weird. Because I can do both. I can make all the livestock and all the sheeps and have the full manor done.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake by Lucas that his sheep are coming in this late. There's no reason it should be delayed to 28 minutes. Generally, you start the pens at like 31:30 or so, and you have full sheep by this point.
Well, he booms really well, so...
His score is ahead probably because he sped up the manors. So in the early game, you're going to be ahead like 20 points, or 10 to 20 points if you speed up manors over sheep. But then once you start getting to Imperial, it's actually going to balance out because the first round of
you
sheep
were lagging
comes faster. I'm not dropping any frames though, which is interesting.
Well, I hear you voice like getting robotic.
I'm hearing the same for you, so it might just be Skype going wonky.
Ah, okay, well, I don't know.
It's not like massive, it just happens occasionally. So I'm wondering if it is just Skype going broken.
No, please not, let's not restart.
I'm not so sure Lucas's lead will hold at this point. I think what'll probably wind up happening, and you can actually already see it, is Dick is already catching up on score. So that lead is very short-lived by prioritizing manors, and it doesn't hold long-term. The sheep basically make it up with the first batch being about a minute or two earlier. That's why I always say it's better to prioritize livestock in a British boom over maxing vills, because if you wind up in a situation where you're essentially like 30 seconds ahead on a batch of livestock, that's potentially like 6 to 7k food at the end of a boom, which adds up significantly. We're just gonna
Well,
see.
Lucas aged to 3 way sooner than Dictator.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so now Dictator has his ships ready.
age up time is not a huge factor in a Brit boom though, because you basically even it all out anyway. I mean, you're just spending 1 TC dedicated purely to aging for like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah. From Fortress to Industrial to Imperial,
Yeah, you
pretty
literally.
much.
Yeah, once you start aging, you just never stop until you hit Imperial.
Yeah, it's lagging pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm still not dropping any frames, so I wonder if your connection's just getting screwed or something.
I don't know, I can check that.
Like your ping might just be shooting through the roof occasionally, because it's like good for a little while, and then it's coming in bursts too. So it might just be.
I could plug in the cable, but I think it would disconnect me from the game.
True. Yeah, the entire reason to kind of explain why livestocking is so popular in the first place is that with foaling mills and the essentially 4 cards total that you dedicate into
Holy
livestocking,
fuck.
the rate at which you get food is insane. You can get so much more food off from livestocking than you can through milling that it's absolutely not worth it to build mills as Brit. So, at this point, we're in the standard point of a Brit boom, which is just that you're going to wind up with eating your cows, eating your sheep, get your factories out, continue aging. Both of them are going to hit Imperial very soon. And like I said on the score, you can already see the score pretty much evening out. There's now a grand total of like a 5-point difference, which is going to evaporate more and more as the next couple batches of livestock come off for Dick.
I think Dictator is probably gonna take the Ville and then delete it.
Just for the XP.
No, because of the space to make a plantation.
It doesn't get rid of the actual
Yeah,
treasure
yeah,
though.
which is dumb, but oh no, it's just gone for the XP. Okay.
Yeah. We should see upgrades going now as well. Interesting that Dick is actually building a mill. Generally speaking, it's inferior to mill before 40 minutes with British. You're better off just making plantations and relying on your livestock micro. But building a mill is a good way to kind of compensate if you mess up on livestock micro, because it will help you to basically even it out. It is inferior economically, though. Yeah, for the next while here, it's really just going to be interesting to see who's doing their livestock micro better, and like the slight divergences, like Dick building a mill. The next interesting point will be if Lucas does as well. If Lucas doesn't, he's basically saying, I trust my livestock micro to be on point, so I'm not going to build a mill, I'm going to take the additional coin.
It's lagging pretty bad sometimes. I can like
Yeah, I can see like the vills stop at times where they just
decrease. I'm gonna decrease my graphics. I don't think that will do anything, but it's for the shot.
Yeah. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Whoa, the game now looks so shit.
The game always looks like shit anyway, even on high graphics.
And that looks good.
Yeah, it's still lagging.
Still lagging.
So yeah, you can see Lucas is actually gonna go pure mill or pure plantations, no mills. Dick's only built 1 mill, which is fine. I usually build at least 1 mill at some point in the boom anyway, just to get the upgrades before 40. That way, all I have to do is send the cards when I do my mill transition. I don't have to
Holy
worry
cow,
about
look
the
at
other
Lucas'
shit.
score.
That's probably just a side effect of upgrades and vills and Q and junk like that. Like if
No, I mean,
Lucas
but
is
600 at 2050, it's really
yeah,
good.
and Dick's is as well. You
Yeah,
can see they're
is it-
basically trading now. But like I said, Dick is actually overtaking him now, where Dick's score is rising at a faster rate because of getting the sheep, the first batch of sheep like 2 minutes early. So that's a pretty significant gain. So, one of the things I have noticed, though, is Lucas does the delete micro, and it doesn't look like Dick actually bothers with the delete micro. That does make a slight difference, and if you consistently do it and are good at it, it adds up to, like, probably an additional 3 or 4k food by saving, like, a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there. But it does take a hell of a lot more attention.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like Dick's actually going to gather from that mill. It looks like he just built it for the sake of getting the upgrades.
And he gets XP as well, so.
Yeah. But the plantation
And you
gives him more XP.
you want to have a mill close to your
That's true.
cow pens. I would like make 3 mills like in between the pens.
I would probably have like 1 here and then 1 over here, because then if they pop, there's a little bit of dead space in the middle where they're not bouncing into the mill.
Oh god, so laggy.
Yeah, I'm seeing like lag spikes.
Yeah, me too. With the boost and Lord, this didn't happen. And I never lag. That's the thing.
I don't know. Ah, Lucas, you just pulled all your vills off from that sheep and it's now decaying. You bastard. That poor sheep. You lost 3 food. You lose game. You lose game.
For fattened cows.
Calling it
my
now.
God,
Lucas
I'm
is
about to leave, man.
Okay. If you want to, that's fine.
I feel bad for them.
Yeah, if you're trying to micro and stuff like that with lag, it's pretty brutal. Especially in a Brit boom. Okay, now Dick is actually milling. Dick must just be continuing to queue up a ton of upgrades. Yeah, he's got things actively upgrading right now. Arsenal upgrades, steam power on the factories, church junk, stuff like that. So he's probably got a ton of stuff in queue right now.
I'm gonna watch if my brother is making any download or something. Be right back.
Okay. Yeah. From here, like I said, we're just going to continue to see the livestock boom. You're going to continuously reproduce your sheep and cows. You can see the divergence, though, in the build that Lucas has actually gone for the pure plantation, whereas Dick has gone for plantation with 2 mills. The plantation with 2 mills gets you slightly more food. Even if it's microed perfectly, you still do get a gain from having the mills, but overall it's better to generally go pure plantation because you're not sending any mill cards before 40. The other factor the other factor that comes into play with tournaments, because a lot of people are discussing why you would be doing mirrors, is that when you're playing a tournament, you do not want to lose because you picked a civ where like you have to play the matchup perfectly to be able to win. You want to play a matchup you know you have a good chance at winning. And generally speaking, you want the skill to be the deciding factor. If you play a mirror, it removes the civ and balance factor of it, and it makes it purely skill driven. Who plays better?
You can say that.
Oh, I'm only slightly helping him. Plus, it would have bugged me if I had stood or sat here the entire game and just saw that Vil get freaking stuck for the entire game. That would piss me off, man. It's one of those things.
Lucas is going for full towers.
That's a smart thing to do, especially in a matchup like this that economy drains pretty slowly because of how good Brits sustain. Anything that gives you the advantage on speeding up the drain rate is absolutely worth it. Unless you like playing 3.5 hour Brit mirrors.
Oh, that's so boring.
It was one of the frickin' worst that I'd ever played.
And in lag, so annoying. Like your Vil just stuck in everything. They don't gather cows, they get stuck in the plantations.
Yeah, it's
so annoying.
It's that factor, the fact that like the stop and start that they have, that bullcrap when it lags, also affects Vils a lot, which slows down your gather rates. You actually do gather slower in lag, simply because they'll just stop and stand there before they transition to moving on a mill or something like that. That's one of the reasons the Asian civs actually do a little better in lag on sustaining economy, is because they don't move on rice paddies.
Yeah.
Which is retarded, but actually true, because of the way the game is coded. So, scores are really close. It basically leveled off because the early advantage that Lucas got did not sustain, like I said, because of the faster sheep.
This leg is pissing me off.
One of the things you can also see is, as I said, Dick is ahead on food by like 3k right now, because he has 30k food to basically 27k. Lucas still isn't doing his upgrades, I'm assuming, because he has like 24k wood and 15k coin, so I think he's just entirely focusing on cowing micro.
You haven't even started to wall.
Yeah. He hasn't done pretty much any of the things you normally do yet.
Dictators already has 3 mills.
Yeah.
Which is good, because you will drain the food in the Brit mirror.
I always build my mills like right before 40 personally.
I have a
just build
feeling we're
3
gonna have a really good game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, well, one,
Don't jinx it.
it's the
You can
closest
talk.
matchup
You
in
can
terms of
talk.
skills, but
Oh
I
yeah.
also think that this this particular mirror is the least like wonky. This is the one that has the most potential for comebacks and the most potential to um, kind of make interesting plays without necessarily like having a complete screwball of a game. German mirror very heavily influenced by first fight. Spain mirror's basically who goes broke first. So Brit mirror is a lot more how you macro to sustain your economy, um, the minor cost efficiencies you're getting based on who's winning artillery war and what kind of unit comps you can make, things like that affect Brit mirror massively, but because of the sheer amount of economy, it doesn't drain fast. Dick's up to pretty much the number of rockets. Well, rockets are actually capped on the treaty fan patch now, so he's at the maximum number you can make, which is 6. That's standard for Brit start, is you either have 4 or 6 rockets, and a mirror you pretty much always go 6. You'll usually see basically musket, maybe 10 hussar, and then just musket cove rocket because it's the best start against another Brit. You can go heavier or heavier Huss, but it's not really very cost efficient or very good unless you have a way to kind of do a proper flank where you can get the artillery with it. So in general, you just go and do more musk, buffer it, let your stuff bash, and then just win on Cold War. I want to keep my eye on shipment too. I don't expect either player to do this, but something you actually can do that is a viable thing is to send longbows before 40. I don't do it, but it is possible.
Yeah, but you generally don't do it because you need musketeers to protect your rockets from a calf spam anyways.
Yep. So you basically just go with pure you go with like pure musket, like I said, maybe 10 hussars or something like that to kind of balance it out. What's interesting to me looking at shipments is Dick has actually sent refrigeration before 40 instead
That's
of
because he's on mills.
even so, generally speaking, you don't send refrigeration because
Refrigeration also influence the gather rate for cows, or no?
it does by the same 20%, but it's in comparison to fulling mills, it's insignificant. It doesn't make a significant impact on your cowing.
Crap,
Generally speaking, you get double train speed instead.
I need to get the phone.
Okay.
1 second. Okay. You can talk.
Okay. Essentially, refrigeration is generally worse than having double train speed or train speed and advanced arsenal in the British mirror, because you either want to make your muskets better or you want to make it so it's basically cav and musk train much faster to be able to spam.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
The slight food difference that it makes is generally not worth it because it only adds up to like an additional 2k food versus like the potential positional disadvantage of not having fast train. So, as I said, continuing to see cowing micro, livestocking, etc. No major differences yet beyond the refrigeration between the two of them. Upgrades are still in queue for both, armies in queue, things like that. You can see Dick is actually rebuilding a town center further up so he can reproduce his explorer and get it into battle. He's got culves in queue, mortar. Interesting to go up to 8 culve. I like that as a decent way to influence the starting army. As I said, it's very artillery driven. Whoever wins the art war in the first fight generally has the advantage for the rest of the game, or at least for the early portion of the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dictator's FB is too small. He probably, yeah, he haven't finished it yet because there's no stable.
Yeah, I think he's waiting to clear out more trees before he places more.
Yeah. I think they're gonna play on this spot.
Yeah, I would think so as well. They could play like straight head to head, but I don't know if they will. I think it's safer to actually be on the outside and the inside, because if someone pushes more pop towards the inside, you can collapse around them on the side. So it gives you the most recovery option from losing your natives. If you just have your army split like here and here, there's no potential that you can collapse your army into one army based on how they position theirs. Okay. Out of curiosity, I want to see what Lucas has so far. Just the 6 rockets. He hasn't produced the rest of his army yet. So Dick's staying more active with just making shit. The 1 mortar is always a nice addition to start armies like this. Yeah, the 1 mortar is always a nice addition to start armies like this, because if you can produce like 1 mortar and you win the artillery bore, it gives you a good push, because you can push that mortar up, start sieging their building FB, slow them down some, and that can spiral out of control. We don't have maps for UI 2.0, so we're stuck on UI 1.7. Cat, stop trying to eat my headphone cable. Really? Really, Cat? You're gonna try to eat an electrical cable? You're gonna die because you eat an electrical cable someday.
That's because you don't feed your animals.
That cat has an entire freaking bag of food that he routinely just dips his head into and takes bites out of. So
You rather play Age of Empires than feeding your animals.
That cat gets more food than he needs. That cat's overweight. He's just not a very intelligent cat. At least not at certain points in time. Like when he eats electrical cables. I'm gonna be back in a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom as well since we're in a pause anyway.
Okay.
am back.
Alright, type in.
And I now have my cat, so hopefully he doesn't try to kill me or something.
How long does this download take to end?
Tell him he's got 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. Otherwise, you're just gonna cut him off from the internet. Got more important things, man.
I would plug my cable, but I'm not sure what happens.
I'm pretty sure you'd wind up disconnected because it would switch
Yeah.
the connection. We could do that in between this game and the next, though. So you can see here pretty much a standard British composition coming in from Dictator, Rockets. You send your Overpop from Church Tech. He's got Musk, Cull, 1 Mortar, a couple Cav. Interesting that Lucas has already sent Riflemen, which is not something you usually see, is sending the Cherokee Riflemen before 40 to try and sway the first fight. It's certainly a possibility, and it's not a half-bad option because Riflemen actually have a good amount of HP, nearly 500, and then they've got the like 27 damage times 3 against
I
heavy
think they were
infantry.
nerfed too much. They are like, what, 18 now? 17.
Yeah.
Why did you remove like 7, yeah? And not just 5 like you did to other civs?
Ask Matt. I did not do
Okay.
that.
Well, he's a Brit expert, so...
I think that, I think 25 is maybe a little crazy for a civ
Yeah,
that
but
already
like
has such a
20.
high econ.
20 should be enough.
Yeah, I think just dropping it down to 20 would be fine. Although, in a mirror, the Riflemen actually do have a pretty significant impact. Whoever can get them out and sustain them the longest in the early game is actually at a reasonable advantage because they have a skirm-type unit already before the transition to longbow.
Yeah.
So they add a lot to the cost efficiency of your army at the start. And the sheer HP that they have, the nearly 500 HP with 27 damage times 3 against heavy infantry is pretty significant for this matchup. Since I'm seeing the question come up, why don't you wood trade? British have no need for the wood trade. They can gather all the wood they need without ever having to wood trade. So if you send wood trade, essentially you're just robbing yourself of a card that could be something else. Lucas has a slight score advantage here, but that might be attributable just to the fact that he's already sent Cherokee, which grants him additional 2 upgrades that influence the score. I would imagine that that is probably 20 score worth all on its own. So the important thing to watch in this first fight is going to be Called Micro and who comes out on top in the artillery war. And then corollary to that is going to be who gets the better map position. Overall, the boom looks like it favored Lucas some, but you can see a lot of Lucas's score difference is just in coin, whereas Dictator has a heck of a lot more food, nearly 77k food right
And
now. Oh, I was just going over the booms and how they panned out. I would say Dick has the advantage in terms of actual resources because he has 78k food and like 20k wood with about 40k coin, which is a pretty good distribution, especially for hats. So, key thing here is going to be artillery. So far, we're not seeing either player really push their artillery up. And Dick's kind of actually losing this because he's basically just letting stuff die to rockets.
Yeah, he's just like really concerned about this spot.
Yeah, he's trying to micro that, so he's not focusing as much there. Oh, we see the artillery war starting here. Dick
Actually, Dictator might take Lucas snap down.
Yeah, I think he will. And at the same time, he's actually winning the Gulf War right now. He's using his rockets to actually fire on the Gulfs because of the misposition by Lucas, which is actually worthwhile in this scenario. He still has 2 Gulfs, 1 Gulf, so he's got 3 Gulfs to what Lucas has. If he doesn't come back and focus on it, though, he's going to lose them. He still has all his rockets, though, which is pretty significant.
Yeah. I don't really like them like just focusing on here rather than just like fighting head on, because for a viewing standpoint it's like it's more entertaining to watch a head-on battle than
as it is. We kind of have to bounce back and forth to see what's going on. Right now Dick is just gonna try to like push this and get this position set up. You can see he's actually splitting his army to send some stuff over there. Sending his natives here, and then pumping his pop out. Still got most of his rockets alive, lost a couple now, lost 2 of them. But this little like flank on the side is pretty nice. He's got Cab coming up to be able to kill these culverins and get on top of those rockets. You should really build some more Hussars out on the side, and just kind of push the Hussars over on the side to get the artillery. Back to the kind of side fight right now. Dick is going to keep trying to push this and at least maintain some sort of position until he can fully wall this up and be safe over here. I think once he does, he's going to focus more on this straight up fight, which he's now winning pretty decently because Lucas is actually overcommitted pop over on the other side, while Dick is kind of tore pop off because he has an FB there. So Dick is thinking, let's push this, let's take an advantage in the kind of middle map area, and then just slow him down on the natives because I have a wall, I have some barracks behind it, a stable, an artillery foundry going up. I'm in no danger of immediately losing. You can see what the mindset too. Dick knows how important artillery control is in this fight, and he basically just immediately produced cults after the first fight, so he's already got an additional 5 cults on the field, which is guaranteeing these rockets stay alive longer. And the longer they do, the more damage they do, the better it is for Dick. Given how Dick's muskets are spread out, right now would be a great time for Lucas to come from one of the flanks with some Hussars and just kill basically all of this artillery for free.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucas is gonna try to take Dictator in that.
Yeah, that's where he's dedicating his pop, and Dick is kind of saying,
yeah, as you see, Dictator is gonna move his culverins over to kill the mortars.
Yeah. And he's sending stuff from the side to kind of sandwich this army, so he can have muskets and gnats on one side, gnats coming from the other side. Could flank around with mortars and other stuff and kind of just like muck that up by the fact that he has more mid-map control.
Yeah, but he's gonna lose these 5 rockets for free, culverins for free.
Yeah, that's true. But it was important to get those mortars down because otherwise he would have lost the FB.
I think Lucas should have queued Culverin because it was pretty obvious that Dictator was gonna make artillery to hold this, and if he has Culverins at that time,
then not only does he potentially keep his mortars because that call flank can't really work, he also can continue his push. The other thing that's interesting to me is that he hasn't built a stable over there. One of the first things I always do when I'm setting up something like this is just set up a stable, because then something like that call flank, you just make 10 hus and it dies, and it can't work. But the fact that he only has barracks over there means that he can't do anything with the SAR right now. Interesting.
Lucas actually pushed the main power.
You can see how close the scores are too.
But they can give up this position. The fight will be set up here.
Yeah. The interesting thing is looking at resources right now. Dick is massively ahead on food. He's still like 20k ahead on food. Actually 30k ahead because he's like 56k. Lucas is 27k right now. But that difference is made up in Lucas's coin. He's basically up the amount that the difference is in food and coin. And you can,
the score says that.
Yeah. They're even on total res, but I think the distribution looks better for Dick because you can afford to pump more nats and muskets.
Yep.
But Lucas needs to basically transition to a lot of milling now to sustain, which he kind of already has. So, okay. Lucas has made the correct macro adjustments. Yeah, now you can see a couple of calls out. Considering how many builds Lucas just has sitting there chopping the trees, I would go and like try to build a stable on the side, like on each side, because he could build one here and here and be in a really nice position.
Yeah.
Because then like anything that like happens where he pushes something out a little too much, he has a flank immediately available to him.
I'd like to see some Mars artillery for Lucas, like in this fight.
Considering he has the cult dominance, he should be pushing out horse artillery. Dick's basically abandoned his push over there in favor of defending now because he's been forced into it.
Yeah.
You're going to see this continue to just kind of level off here, where both players are going to be slamming each other for a while. Dick is actually down on wood right now. He's at about 7k wood, whereas Lucas is at 17k. So if Lucas starts a transition to longbows here reasonably soon, if this fight consolidates, it could be pretty good for him.
Yeah, definitely.
One of the
but
things...
Lucas is pushing. He's like almost reaching Dictator's net.
Yeah. One of the things you're also seeing is because Dick had sent refrigeration beforehand, he only had one extra economy card that he had to send after 40, which was the sustainable agriculture.
Yeah.
And he already has all three of his musket cards out. So he's actually better off now because he has the stronger muskets, which any time you have a slight advantage in a mirror like this for a couple of minutes, it's a pretty significant factor.
Yeah. These idle riflemen.
Yeah, that's hurting him a lot. Especially like I was saying earlier, they're skirmisher type units, so they have a lot of value in these kind of must-war situations until you get out your longbows.
I don't think longbows come into play in a Brit mirror, especially with nats. It's more like art control type thing.
Art control is the most important, but eventually if it stabilizes and you can get walls up, then longbows become incredibly important because muskets can't do anything if you can camp
Yeah,
with some
yeah,
towers
that's
and
right.
longbows. This early period, you're not really able to, but what Lucas should be doing, because he's pushing, is taking the time to then wall up stuff like behind where his army is. That way, if he has to slow this down and turn it into a long game, he can already fall back to towers and walls and start producing longbows, and immediately have the more cost-efficient composition.
Lucas lost his FB. A
Yeah.
big part of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, like I was saying earlier, is just due to the fact that he didn't really produce a stable on either side, so he didn't have an easy way to pump out cav to try and like buffer and slow stuff down on the sides.
And yeah, Dick was able to hold.
Yeah. Lucas also has some idle coats over here, just kind of standing around. Probably forgot to waypoint him when he initially did the first round. So as a result, they're just kind of doing nothing right now.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. He noticed. The Cold War has actually been pretty even between the two. Neither one has taken like a decisive advantage, which is a good thing to see because it means that this is going to be a pretty close matchup. If someone's totally dominating on artillery, the mirror is over.
Yeah.
Dick's also sent the longbow card now, so he's probably going to start upgrading them. He's also ahead on his cav upgrades as well. Like I said, the advantage of having sent the other econ cards beforehand is now his upgrades for military will be ahead for pretty much the rest of the game. So it's a risky trade-off because you're essentially saying, I'm not going to lose first fight, I'm going to be in a good position, and that I'm going to carry throughout the rest of the game.
Yep. Lucas never really managed to get some horse artillery out to punish some musketeers, while
Yeah.
Dictator was able to.
Yeah, mixing in like 2 or 3 horse artillery is a really big deal in Brit Mirror because it gives so much more cost efficiency in these musk versus musk battles.
Mhm. And Lucas should really wall this because it's really easy to raid and kill these villagers.
Yeah, or even just like go and build a little bit of an FB, pump a mortar or two, and then force him to split pop. If you just have a wall there for the cost and like the attention and the time it takes to build it, it at least prevents you from then having to worry as much about a split push because they have to get through that wall.
Yeah.
In 1v1, things where you can minimally distract your opponent can actually be really powerful because if you just make that one mortar, start firing it at the wall, and then they have to look away during a key call battle, and you win a call battle as a result of it, it puts you ahead for the cost of one mortar, which is usually worth it. And you can see here too, like Dick can get cav around because there's no wall on the side of this. Like I was saying, if you're taking the advantage because you have that aggressive stance to put your walls on the side and actually just kind of camp behind them, it's pretty good for you, generally speaking.
Idle riflemen again.
Where's the rifleman? Sorry.
Here.
Oh, yeah, that kind of sucks.
Yep. So Dictator is already sending the rockets.
Yeah, he's ahead on shipments at this point.
That's probably because Lucas didn't stay on top of sending cards.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They should be very similar in that regard. Too bad I can't see like the card or the total card set.
Because Dictator already has 4, so that means at least 2 cards.
Yep. Well, no, he's only sent it once. So, did he produce 2 rockets?
No.
I can't imagine he did, unless he had those left over from first fight still. Or the UI might be behind. It might only be showing, like, what was the last card sent, because it's the same card twice. It's not showing it. Good.
Yeah. It's almost a 200 score lead now for Dictator.
Yeah, and that's entirely down to the artillery dominance he has at this point.
Yeah, you look. He has 6 rockets. Now 5. Alright, now that you have 5 rockets, if you ship rockets, what happens? It only
You won't
comes
be able
one.
to ship it.
I won. So you rather delete one?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I don't think there'd be a reason to delete at this point, though, because he has the artillery lead anyway and still has, like, 3 horse art out. So you might as well just sit with the horse art and call and
Yeah.
rockets and just
I
wait
feel like
for
these
one rocket
rockets
to die.
are wrecking Lucas.
Yeah. If you have artillery dominance and a rocket lead in a Brit mirror, it's a huge, huge advantage, and it's pretty hard to claw your way back in. Unless you're
Yeah.
massively outcalled in them. Which, to be fair, could happen here.
Is Lucas macro good? I can see that I have the UI.
Lucas is still down on food. He's actually down on coin now, too. Dick is almost out of wood, though. He only has, like, 800 wood.
Oh, that can be a problem.
Yeah, if that cuts into his ability to continue to produce gnats, that can become a serious problem. Dick should probably take some guys off from coin and put them on wood.
He has a plenty of wood inside his base.
Yeah, and even just behind the wall that he's
Yeah.
built, he has a ton as well. Dick is also down, down 7 bills because he's on 92 bills right now. He's probably just hasn't replenished some that he lost at B. But if he just rebuilt them and put them on wood, he'd be recovering the wood pretty fast.
Lucas is getting impatient on calls. Like, just right-clicking on rockets.
Yeah, you can see he's making some micro mistakes with them.
Yeah, he just wants to really shut off the rockets.
At the very least, he probably wants to make Dick pull them back so he's not getting as destroyed by them. That,
Yeah.
like, that situation of, hey, I may not beat you, or beat them straight up, I may not kill them, but at least they're not actively killing my stuff, is pretty big as well. That little
Yeah, I
dance.
agree.
Dick's winning the Cold War right now, though. And that actually kind of came down to position because the cults were clustered up in that little batch of space there. And Dick's, as a result, got a lot more splash off for those volleys. Dick also is just very on top of his production cycles. Like you can see, as soon as he lost those calls, another batch is up. Lucas is not keeping his up on his batches of artillery, so he's down a little bit in that respect.
Oops, I muted myself.
Oh, no problem. They're both leveling off quite a bit on food now. Dick is still at about like a 3k lead, but Lucas is at about 10k food. You can see Dick is still pretty far ahead on coin. He's got 38k coin, whereas Lucas only has 25k. But Lucas is up to around 9k wood, which is a pretty decent distribution.
Yeah. So I don't see where the score difference is coming from.
Probably... Well, Lucas is down
they
a
are-
little bit on pop right now. He's at like 170.
But they have the same resources, pretty much.
Dick is 10k-ish ahead on resources overall. Maybe not 10k, maybe like 5k. But Lucas isn't maintaining pop right now.
Oh,
His
no,
macro is
Lucas
slipping.
just lost artillery foundry.
Oh, that's really bad. It's really important to make sure that you produce like an artillery foundry back behind if you're gonna have a forward one, That way, if it gets shelled, you always have a fallback one. If you're ever in a situation where your only artillery foundry where you're fighting got killed, you're in a really, really bad situation.
Yeah. And now he's gonna lose the net.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take a while to make another covering. Yeah, he types
he
GG.
realizes it's over. Once you've gotten pushed in and you're gonna lose your nets, it's gonna pretty much go from there.
So lame that Brit is the only viable save. Yeah, because you can split pop on natives.
Yeah. Brit new OP civ. We might have to... Actually, he makes a good point that Brit have a pretty substantial lead on Andes because of the fact that they have an overpop army and a good economy that can sustain natives. The only civ that could potentially contest them is German, but because of the pop disadvantage at the start, it's very hard for them to actually contest them.
Maybe ports. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think Port would
Ports
win.
with the cheaper nets, like they are really, really cheap.
I still think you'd just be out-ecoed and lose on that. I don't feel like you would win with Port against Brit in a long game. You'd have to basically kill them in 5 minutes, which I don't think should happen against a good player.
Yeah.
So I guess we move on now to Sabusa versus Dictator, which that makes Lucas 1-1. Gitchin is 0-2. So if Sabusa beats Dick, we will have a decider match tomorrow to decide the two finalists.
Wait, tomorrow is not the final?
Well, it depends on how the matchups go. Like I said, if Sabusa beats Dictator, it will go to a scenario in which we have two people at 1-1, Dick and Lucas. So it would have to be a decision, or Dick or Lucas would have to beat one of the other two, or one of them. Blah. They'd face to figure out who would win, essentially, and go to the final against Sabusa. So Sabusa is currently the only one, or no, let's do the scenarios in my head. Sabusa is 1-0, Dick is 1-0.
Lucas is 1-1.
Lucas is 1-1. Gitch is 0-2. So I guess either way we have a split game tomorrow to decide who goes to the final. Because neither player today can go full bore and win everything.
But if Dictator goes 2-0, then he's in the finals, no?
Yeah, Dick will be in the finals, and we'll have to play Sabusa versus Lucas to decide the other finalist to see who goes 2-0 or 2-1. Sorry. Oh, you fucking me, ESO. Are you fucking me?
Yeah, lost connection as well.
Quality servers, man. Quality. Best server ever. So OP.
Yep. Rip.
have Woobly or Game Ranger or something like that.
Hell no. Don't even have Game Ranger installed.
I don't either, but I can install them if that's what we gotta do. Otherwise, we could be here for hours.
And actually, I'm gonna eat dinner really soon. I've asked Sid if he wants to cast with you,
Who?
but he said no. Sid?
Who?
Sid 18. You probably don't know him.
Nope.
He casted last tournament. The guy with the zoom mod.
Oh. Oh, it's back up. New server's hype. Gitch is saying he wants to cast as well, so I guess I can always invite him.
Yep.
Do I even have him on here? Maybe.
It said Stefan Savini or something.
Quality servers. Best
Hashtag quality servers.
You can't trust these servers.
No.
So I guess if you're gonna go to dinner, I'll get Gitch in here and he can commentate with me. So I'll talk to you later, man.
Bye, see ya.
Yep, bye bye.
So, hey,
So now the decision is between Andes and Orinoco. Fun times.
Sabusa should pick Andes, in my opinion. That's not smart, because if he plays Dictator on Orinoco, he has to rely on his mechanics, and Dictator is better in mechanics, so yeah, should be
Especially if it's Brit
should be an easy game for Dictator then.
Yeah, especially if it's British Mirror, I think that Dick has a huge advantage.
Yeah, Sabusa has almost no practice on Brit.
Oh,
and Port has no chance at all when rockets are out.
Yeah.
They just get wrecked.
It'll be an interesting matchup at the very least.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can do anything versus the rockets, because Port skirms have just such a low basic HP. They even die to the rocket splash really fast compared to other skirms.
Yeah, that's true. German port could be interesting though.
Yeah, but that's even worse when heavy cannons are out. One heavy cannon shot like always kills like 10 skirms. That's just retarded.
Yeah, heavy cannons are pretty good units. generally speaking.
You should just pick German now, in my opinion. Or Spain, but
I think Spain is a riskier pick. I actually would favor Port over Spain against German. I think Port will sustain a little better.
but not on Orinoco because there's not enough wood, I guess, for a port.
That's
You
true.
have to upgrade so many units in the church tech. In the end,
Yeah.
you have just like 8k wood, and then you just die against German.
Yeah, that's true. This could be an interesting matchup too. Otto versus Port.
Yep. Port should win it. So fair decision from Dictator.
But on top of the wood trade's actually a benefit on Orinoco because you have the ability to sustain nats a lot better.
Yeah, it depends on how much wood Sabusa can collect. I don't know yet. Let's see.
Yeah, should be interesting. This is officially our first non-mirror matchup of the day, too.
True.
Everyone insists on playing those high-skill mirror matchups, and then it's like, we're playing on this fancy fan patch that changed the balance, but we're just playing the exact same civs against the exact same civs.
It's just a safe choice, I guess. And, well, most civs are just not good on Orinoco and Deccan.
That's true. I actually think that it's entirely possible that Brit might actually be a little overpowered now because basically they didn't get any significant nerfs. And they were already easily one of the best non-OP civs.
But that's also because of the maps, like, if we design, I don't know yet how and how they should look like, but if you design some good maps, different civs should also be viable.
That's true. Well, it's kind of like Deccan actually does pretty heavily favor ports just because of mortar range and the fact that you're fighting on the plateau.
Yeah.
I think Brit would still be a decent choice on Deccan, but Port probably have a slight advantage there.
Yeah, but maybe that should be good now on Deccan because they were already good before, and now with a better eco and slightly stronger army. It's not a bad pick, I would say. And France should. I guess France slightly loses to Port on Deccan. I'm not sure.
Dutch, especially, I think. I was actually talking about that earlier with Sergio, and I actually think Dutch would be pretty strong on Deccan now because of the fact that their economy is better and they'll dominate the first fight.
Yeah. And yeah, Deccan is just usually slower and you train less, so
they won't even
it
train
actually is more important that you have like a good army than like a good eco on Deccan.
Yeah, the start especially, whoever gets positional advantage at the start has a pretty significant advantage throughout the rest of the game.
Oh, let's see the treasures.
I think the treasures are reasonably balanced. Both of them have a coin treasure.
They are fine now.
Yeah, Dick may be slightly ahead because he has 100 food and 100 coin treasure, which is pretty nice, 120 coin treasure. But not like a massive advantage, or sorry, 105 coin. It won't like distort the boom or anything.
Yeah, the 70 wood is kind of good for Ottoman. Which is near the crossing.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see at the decks. Maybe something special.
I wouldn't expect too much. I mean, standard Ottoman deck.
Yeah, it's fine. just 300 infinite coin chest for Dictator.
Yeah.
I like to play with 300 wood, but that's just preference, I guess.
Yeah, I generally prefer 300 wood as well because you're gonna basically just use it to avoid ever putting your factories on wood.
Yeah. And yeah, the booster deck is also fine. Playing with the 2 explorers again. But versus Ottoman, this should be bad. Because Abu's just gonna wreck them really hard. But it's still a good unit, still cost efficient.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not necessarily bad in the sense that it's like an inferior play. It's still the correct thing to do.
Yeah.
It's just no longer gonna distort nearly as bad as it used to.
I remember a game versus Tanner, and when we still played with 3 explorers, and it took like my whole Ottoman army to kill his 3 explorers like half a minute. It's so stupid, and he just spammed them.
You have like 100 pop and Epis, and you're just like freaking focus firing an explorer, and it still survives with like 2 HP. You're like, this is retarded. I quit. At least it's not as bad as it is against frickin' India, where it's like the crack shot comes and kills like fucking 1,000 resources instantly, and you're like, this is fucking dumb. You paid 100 coin for this unit, and you crack shotted 1,000.
Yeah.
It should be interesting. I'm actually curious to see how the additional reduction on natives balances out too, because port should be able to sustain them better because they have the 10% advantage on the cost of natives, but the wood advantage for auto should compensate for that by a bit too.
Yeah, true.
Port will have the better overall economy though, so the longer the game goes, Port should out-sustain the Ottoman by the fact that they have both food silos and the church tech. Or, sorry, they don't have food silos, but they have the church tech, which is essentially food silos plus 10%.
Yeah. Actually, that's the reason why I say that Port wins, because the nets are so cheap versus compared to Ottoman, and Ottoman also can, compared to actually every sieve, are really slow in producing nets. So that's why they actually struggle in a 1v1, because it's just easy to outmass them and punish them with flanks, because you can't really react fast enough.
Yeah, one of the things that might be a worthwhile future improvement for the patch is to actually buff the train speed of natives only, essentially, or I guess infantry besides Jans, maybe something like that, so we could like reduce down everything, then add back to Jans to make them still train at a reasonable rate, but make it so they aren't at such a huge disadvantage in native wars.
Yeah, we can tweak it on engineering school, I guess. Should be fine.
Well, you can do things on a unit by unit basis too. You could do you could do like -30 or whatever to all infantry, and then just add it back for the other units that the Civ has.
Yeah, that's right.
Something like that might be a reasonable way to compensate. I still think there's some additional things to look at with autos. I feel like the boom changes we made, where they're now booming faster, so they get a higher score at 40, but their economy doesn't sustain to actually like uphold that, so they just start off better. They basically still have the timed life problem, I feel, where once they drain, they really are completely fucked.
Yes. I don't know if we want to buff the eco. I guess we just should give them like food silos. That should be enough.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I think if we did that, we could also couple that with a nerf to the number of ills you're getting out of the church now. So their boom slows down a bit, but gets better sustainability over the long haul, then that would probably even them out a decent amount.
Yep. because, well, if you gave them food sailors right now, they would boom probably like 2.4,
2300.
2.5k. Depends on when you trade, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
actually a lot more because of the wood trade. It's
Yeah,
even
that's
more
true.
resources because you can trade even more food
Well,
or just trade earlier. I don't know.
yeah. I mean,
Maybe
I
you can
generally-
even trade later then because you have like a better economy and don't train before your wood is all trained too.
That's true.
I don't know yet.
I generally favor trading by amount with autos as opposed to by time because I I want to have more food and coin. The
Yeah,
wood is
usually
there just
in a-
for the nats, really. And
Yeah, usually in a 1 versus 1 you trade really early with auto too.
yeah. The only thing that, like, I probably trade a little later than some people in team if I'm not going nat, but I use it basically to FB all over the place. I feel
Yeah.
like that gives you a decent map control advantage, and you can abuse that against people to make them split around the map, which I think is a viable thing to do, especially in team.
Yep.
It'll actually be interesting if Sabusa wins this. We have two people, or we have actually 3 people at 1-1, right? Because
Oh, and then we have tiebreaker.
yeah. I guess no matter what, we have tiebreaker, but let's see. With Lucas being 1-1, at the end of this, if Sabusa wins, Dick is 1-1, Sabusa is 1-1. So we have to play a tiebreak, guaranteed.
Yep.
But actually, in order to determine the finalists, we have to play 2 tiebreak matches. Because both players are 1-1. Unless you take
No.
like who they beat to indicate who actually wins. But I think it's better in that scenario if everyone is tied evenly to just play out the
Yeah,
additional
just again.
matches.
Yeah. Well, Sabusa has an advantage right now in terms of civs, but there is a skill difference, pretty much.
I think you could pretty much say that for anyone versus Dick. Coming into this, Dick would be the odds-on favorite to beat pretty much everyone, I would think. Even with the fact that he barely played this week because he was on a laptop all week.
He still played some quick search games, as far as I know. He couldn't stop.
He's like an addict. It's like, gotta get my fix, man.
I guess Age of Empires is also the only game he really plays, as far as I know. He already invested so much time into it. It's insane.
Trevor finally realized that it's possible to have a 3-way tie. I've been saying that all day, and he's been saying, no, you're wrong, can't have a 3-way tie. It's like, yes, you can. It's totally possible for there to be 3 people at 1-1 at the end of day 1.
No. Oh,
And
yeah,
now
I
he's
should
saying
have
he's
the chat
upset that
open.
he missed this specific scenario. Honestly, if we got a 3-way tie, I think it would be the best outcome overall because it would make the most interesting scenario tomorrow. Because anyone who went, or if it's a 3-way tie today, anyone can be in the finals tomorrow. There's absolutely no way to call the actual finals.
Yeah, but I still think it's gonna be a Lucas versus Dictator. In my opinion.
I sound
Because
super
even if Dictator loses this game now, and he has to play versus Sabusa again in the tiebreaker, he won't be nice and then just picks Brit and beats Sabusa. Because Sabusa has no Civ which, well, can beat Brit. Because Sabusa's main Civs are actually just Spain and Port. And both of them are really bad versus Brit. That just... You should just lose then. Why do you laugh?
I'm just watching Trevor like go through the math in his head right now and try to figure this out. And no, Sabusa is not a pushover. Sabusa is certainly a very good player, and they're
No, I
trying to
don't mean it's a
complete very
pushover,
heavily.
but Sabusa just didn't practice any civs which are good versus Brit. That's what I'm saying.
The way Trevor scheduled the matches is what makes the round robin 3-way tie possible here.
I don't actually know why you made like the games like this.
That was Trevor's scheduling, not mine. So
Should have just make it like the GSL does it in StarCraft 2 at the moment. If you know how it is.
which setup
It's
are you
just
talking about?
like, well, seed 1 plays versus seed 4. 2 versus 3. Winner of both matches play against each other. The winner from it advances. Then both losers play. And,
You go to winner's
and
match.
if you lose again, then you're out. And then the loser of the loser match and the loser of the winner match play. And yeah, whoever wins advances. It's, I would say, a bit more fair. Because, I don't know, seeding
Trevor is just like losing his mind.
these
right
matchups
now.
were kinda weird. Oh, it's okay.
I think overall it's fine. General round robin
yeah.
format is not a bad format, and it does produce interesting scenarios with tie breaks. That's the one thing that I actually think is cool about round robin in a small invitational.
Yeah, of course. Like this, there can happen tiebreaker.
Yeah, and if you get those cool tie break scenarios, it can generate like some pretty interesting things from a viewing perspective. Like if we legitimately do get the 1-1 tie break scenario tomorrow, it's gonna be really interesting to see who goes through, because you're basically guaranteed 2 games at the very least before a finals.
Maybe Dictator can age below 16 minutes. I'm not sure. Maybe you can see how far his age is. His age
He's
time.
not aging right now. He's
Oh,
just sent factory.
What? Okay.
So.
Oh, never mind. There it is.
No, wait. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Sorry. Yeah, he was aging.
Yeah,
Sabusa is aging as well, so they're both pretty even. Derp.
Well, Sabusa should have been like 36 faster. But I think Port Boom is not that good for Orinoco.
Yeah. The lack of hunts, the fact, or, well, I guess it's not a lack of hunts, but they just don't.
It's just
the
too
spacing
fast
and
spread it
stuff
out.
like that.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be back in 1 second, so I'll leave it to you to describe what's going on and yell at people for terrible
Alright.
things.
So, I already have to yell. Never mind. I wanted to yell at Sabusa, but he already did factory upgrades. Good boy. Dictator already on coin with his factories. I'm not sure if you should switch them so fast to coin. I rather have them on wood before you have all 10 mils. But it's probably more like a preference. Yeah, Ottoman's boom is way better right now. You get all villagers way earlier. I think it's actually like 3 to 4 minutes earlier than before. On the normal version, you have all the villagers at like 23 minutes. No, you have it below 20 minutes. Actually boosts a lot because you can collect more resources for the wood trade in the same time than before. You also need to collect less wood in H3, which also gives you a lot more time because you can switch earlier to food and gold.
I am back now.
Yo.
With my dog as well.
Let her observe.
My dog will now make this game OP. Sabusa is building like 7,000 mills.
Wow.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
Do you know what dictator forgot? Wow. He forgot to took the Inca tech. So bad.
OP, OP.
Sabusa still has his factories on foot. That's a big mistake.
Yeah.
You want to now he switched, but still it's way too late. Could have been on food for like on wood for like 3 minutes earlier.
Yeah, which adds up a lot, especially on a low wood map like this.
Yeah. Do you read the chat?
Yeah.
Do you know what insect poison means with H2O quit tree because of war?
No.
They played a Spain mirror and Four just he beat him hard, actually raped him, and H2O just got so upset that he forfeited he forfeited also in the tournament because there's no reason to continue if he can't like beat a major. So there's no reason to waste more time for treaty in his opinion. And then he just stopped playing treaty again.
Dick never seems to have these problems. I feel like telling Dick that he should get Inca, assuming like he doesn't know that he can actually get them before 40.
Do we have to ride with the star so he can reach it, or?
Yeah. Much flaming.
Isn't Sabusa missing an important card?
I don't think
Because he has infinite 10 musketeers. Both explorer cards. I don't know if you miss one card then.
No, before
Ah yeah,
he
doesn't have the artillery card. More HP for artillery.
Yeah.
Actually, his organ guns are now one shots by Culverins. That's not a smart decision.
Yeah.
Actually,
I
that's
would give
bad.
up the Explorer HP.
Yeah,
in
you don't
favor.
need this one when you have 3 explorers again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually huge.
Actually, I reverted the changes that remove cows from Ottomans. You can actually do that in patch
Yeah.
now. It's still not a huge boost to the economy, so it only really makes sense to do it if you're getting a trade route, which
Yeah, only with a trade route.
you're not getting here.
But I still hate it because you're so slow in the beginning in H5.
So, this is like the most boringest boom ever because neither of
Yep.
these civs have interesting booms where there's
Yeah, both
anything
of
at
them
all
are
to
really
talk about.
simple.
At least when I watch like a Brit boom, I can talk about how the history of it evolved and crap like that. With an auto boom, it's like, well, you make TCs and you get free villagers. So basically, since the beginning of time, we've just assumed
Yeah.
that you understand that you make TCs and get villagers. Like, how much is there to optimize?
Yeah, and port boom, the same. It's like the same for 7 years or 8 years.
Yeah. The only
Probably
major
even the same scores like back then.
The only major debate that was ever had about the port boom is whether you age with 2 vills or 400 wood. That was it.
400 votes, definitely.
Yeah.
Because of the market ups.
I was telling people for so long, there's no way those 2 vills compensate for losing both the market ups until you get to H3. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Get market ups. But that was the only debate that ever existed around the port boom. And it only made like a 20-point difference, so it's like, oh, well, who cares? How much is there to really optimize? People are being jackasses in chat because I told Dictator that his fill was stuck last game.
Oh.
And they're saying we're helping Dick now by telling him he can take trade post before 40.
Yeah, we're definitely favoring Dictator now.
We're so favoring Dick because we told him
I
one
want his
bill was
attention.
stuck.
Yeah, Lucas would have won if we didn't tell Dictator.
Yeah,
He would have lost like 100 point in score and then Lucas would have just won.
Yeah, that totally would have altered that game.
Guess we have to do a rematch.
It's not a huge impact to the game, but it's like one of those things where I just saw the idle bill standing stuck on a mill or a plant, and I'm like, okay, I can't stare at this for like another 10 minutes and not tell him. That would just be immoral.
Maybe Dictator should get the Inca tech for faster gold mining and send like 5 wills and get all these free gold mines. It should actually be a higher gaffer rate than on plantations for Ottoman.
I don't know if it's worth doing that before
I
40
guess it
because of the
is.
walking time.
Well, you need front. You can use them then for the front base anyway.
Yeah.
So actually,
I would say
it's
like
worth it.
this mine here, I would gather. I don't know if I'd burn the time to gather these because I'm just gonna walk to that, walk to that, walk to that. versus the additional time I'm just going to spend on my plants.
Yeah.
But whatever vills I'm going to FB with, I would certainly just set them on the mines.
Lucas could calculate for us. He knows everything. I don't know if he's even listening right now. Oh, they're really getting...
People are trying to equate telling him that he had one vill stuck at like 17
Whoa.
minutes left to
Yeah, they're
telling
getting-
someone a raid is occurring in Supremacy.
It's not really a big deal. It's just like 5 more points at max.
People are now saying that I should have told you that you forgot text.
How should you know? How should you know that I forgot my church tag?
I could have looked at your improvements and been like, oh,
Yeah.
he made a really stupid mistake. But quite honestly, I wasn't looking at that, so...
Yeah, I just lost because of you.
Yeah, if either person had stuck fills and I'd noticed it, I would have said something. So it's literally just a case that Dick got screwed by having a stuck fill, so I told him about it, and Lucas didn't happen to get stuck fills. But people are gonna flame because they want to flame, so...
Yeah. Always has to be some trash talk.
Absolutely. I'm used to it. I know that I'm an extremely biased lover of dicks, I guess.
Yeah. If Dick wins this tournament too, he actually made quite some money with Age of Empires. Probably one of the most highest earning Age of Empire free players ever. Maybe in top 5,
Yeah.
top 6. I don't even know how big the prize pool was for the last tournament. I guess it was like $100 for first place.
100 and a
And-
keyboard or something like that.
And a keyboard, yeah. So how much wood does Dictator have?
Dick
I guess he
has
traded quite
54K right now.
Oh, okay, that's actually... I would trade earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think you need so much.
Especially not on Orinoco. You're not going to be FBing all over the place on this map. So
Yeah.
you really need even less.
I would actually like to see Dictator like sneak some Janissaries and build AFB next to Zabuza second. Well, behind Zabuza second net.
Yeah.
Just trying to
Just try to send 5 and build
Yeah,
something somewhere
split
to
his
split.
attention. Would be a nice move. Just to be fair now.
I mean, if we don't tell them now, we are really biased. Yeah, he certainly
Yeah.
is.
He has 2 there. One
Yeah,
is hidden
2.
inside the mill.
cows have not been removed for autos. We reverted that change with the most recent version of the patch.
It's already changed back. But using cows is usually just bad, because you lose 2 military cards before 40.
The other
guess-
thing is that
Yeah.
I personally always send cheap Jans before 40, which I think basically equates to around the same amount of cost. Like, you save
Yeah.
about as much on your start army as you would gain by using cows.
Yeah. Especially now with the church card you lose. I guess you can only send faster Cav before 40 if you cow boom too.
Yeah.
So not a really good decision unless you get a trade route, which won't really happen on Andes anymore because there is no trade route on the new map.
See, Dick
Oh,
doesn't have
Dick-
stuck fills, so I can't go and tell Dick you have a stuck fill
Damn it.
now. I can't be biased anymore, guys. God.
Well, Dictator's going for 8 Quills. But Sabusa is usually known for making almost no cannons in his start army, with ports too.
Yeah,
Sometimes he just
favors
makes like
Hussar.
6 Quills and that's it.
Yeah, he favors going Hussar to just kind of bludgeon someone.
I hope Sabusa remembers that Ottoman plays now with the church card and expects the free crate bombards you get from one of the upgrades.
Yeah, if he does
He
not
might
make
actually
any
forget
calls,
about it.
If he does
Yeah.
not make any calls, that will really hurt him. If he wants to run directly into bombards, that's really, really gonna hurt.
Yeah, Sabusa hasn't played so many games on the patch, so he might forgot about it.
Sometimes I wonder why I read the chats, because it's obvious people are just trolling to try and, like,
Yeah,
spark
it's the
a
Twitch
reaction.
chat.
I think an interesting talking point might be whether or not Port should win the first fight now, because with
No,
the additional
they
pop
should
from
lose.
autos and the 3 bombard, I would think auto should win.
Yeah, Otto should win. Uh, it depends if you send 2Ps. Because you get like 41 2Ps with, if you also send them from the home city. They have like 40 damage. That's kinda sick.
Yeah.
But I guess Ottoman should still win the start fight. Their units are just stronger in general, I would say.
Yeah, I especially think the artillery advantage of getting the 3 bombards, having that heavy yard out for the first fight, is a pretty significant difference.
Yeah.
I mean, organ guns are good, but they do not compensate for how good a bombard is. And yes, I agree with the guy that's saying that it's fun to interact with the casters in chat, and I try to participate as much as I can with you guys in chat, but at the same time, it is always amusing to me that you're going to have that one guy who's just trying to rile people up to get a specific reaction that he's looking for.
No.
I mean, it's human nature.
Sabusa still didn't make a start army. Like, yeah, he's scouting now for Dictator's army,
Yeah.
but he won't see anything important.
Yeah, all
Actually,
the
he
stuff
sees
you
the
would
great
expect.
bombards and then remembers about it.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how many calves there are. He doesn't... Well, I
Yeah.
guess if he sees the stuff Dick's bringing out now, that could tip him off to the rest. But, like, if Dick had hidden the cav up until now and some of the other stuff, you might slightly skew your army comp in a different direction, and that might give a slight advantage. I mean, you can also assume the natives are going to be in the army as well, because why not? I mean, if you don't make natives into your start army when you get one post, then you're crazy.
Yeah, true.
Minutemen come into the army just because you get the essentially like one volley fired against a 1 HP unit, so it absorbs like 30 damage that would have gone to a Janissary or something else, so that you don't wind up losing the pop to it. Or, sorry, not pop, the damage. If you wind up with that additional 30 damage on a Jan and the other guy doesn't, then you actually win start fight.
What? Lol. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Did you forget to change it from engineering school to nerf it?
Yeah, apparently it's not nerfed properly.
It's not a big deal. It shouldn't.
It should not
matter.
distort the matchup
yeah.
at all.
I don't like that Zabuza made Cazadors in the start army.
Not a huge... It doesn't really impact the matchup that much. I mean...
No, it's just like fighting with 3 more units in total on average.
Yeah, because
with
in all
training time.
honesty, you're not going to have Abbas as like the entire base of your composition anyway. And if they're dying rapidly enough for the fast training to make a significant difference, it's actually... What the heck? Dog, why are you pushing things over?
Yeah, as I already guessed, Zabuza without any organ guns, which is, in my opinion, a bad decision versus Otto, since they focus so much on infantry units.
Okay, I'm back. My dog just pushed something over.
Yeah, both are staying on their side of the river. Let's see who's going to engage first. Actually, Dictator should decide to push. You don't want to give Ports time to get a good position in this matchup.
I kind of agree, but at the same token, bombards are slow as hell, so it's actually better if they run into you.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. But I mean, Dictator should have already positioned his army at half map and not there. Yeah, both are just gonna make his front base before. Yeah. It's fine for Dictator to push, because Zabuza doesn't have any real threat, because he doesn't have any organ guns.
Yeah.
So he can just push now.
Dick's gotta win the artillery fight,
Yeah.
the first fight, which he pretty much already has.
Yeah, and Zabuza gonna struggle now because of the bombards, and he can make already natives and can protect his bombards already. Yeah, but Dictator fucked up and positioned his bombards really bad. And you have to know that bombards also have 8 pop. They take a lot of population.
Yeah,
To rockets or heavy cannons. Which I'm not sure if they should have 8 more.
Yeah, this is going to be. It's interesting still because the first fight went in the favor of Sabusa anyway.
Yeah, because he could just remax while Dictator still had all his curves and bombards, and then just died to a hot spam. Pretty much.
Yeah. We should just see Dick basically keep pumping nats, pump his Abyss behind, try to build up his towers so he can basically camp this and just not die. And then he's just gonna try to outlast him and out-eco him.
Yeah. I guess Sabusa doesn't know that he can build on the river. The game is recorded. As you can see, he's just walling outside of it.
Oh, is that an actual bug or something like that?
Yeah, it's a bug. Just like the Chinese monk bug.
Quality. This map, or this
I don't
game
know
has
how
so
this
many
can happen
bugs.
in a recorded game. I just don't understand how bad you have to code it that such bugs just exist.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous when you think about it.
Yeah, Sabusa doesn't play with any organ guns, which really hurt him in this matchup.
Yeah, it's Dick abusing the map. That's Dick OP.
Yeah, well, he's cheating. He can build on water, what the fuck.
Dick is Jesus confirmed.
Yeah. It's just that Sabusa doesn't like to make cannons at all.
Sabusa
Just gonna-
still has the better resource distribution. He just doesn't have enough wood, in my opinion.
How much does he have right now?
2.5k.
Oh, that's bad.
But the thing is,
He still has some trees, so he should just switch some more wheels to trees.
yeah.
There's
But
still
the thing
plenty.
is, he has 20k more food. And he has roughly the same amount of coin. He's just down 3k coin. If he holds and he just turns this into a long game, he actually should win on eco
Yeah,
alone.
definitely. And he has just a better army composition compared to Ottoman.
Yeah, the fact that you can basically go with a one pop skirm comp and still be able to produce some other stuff inside of it, your goons, your mortars, artillery, all that jazz. And then nats, it synergizes pretty well. Abyss are relatively pop inefficient.
Yeah, that's true. Especially now with the overall damage, but no, they're not that great anymore versus skirms. They were already bad before versus skirms, and now it's actually even worse.
Yeah.
Like, they don't trade cost efficient anymore. They're just good versus heavy infantry now, and yeah, I guess decent versus
I think it forces
type
you
of
into
units.
making more Hussar now. Like, Skirm
Yeah.
Plus used to be the standard unit comp anyway, but I think you're basically forced into even more Huss, which is more counterable than a ranged unit.
Yeah, I guess Sabusa should just make like 5 to 10 goons and always have them in the back of his army, which should
Yep.
be okay in this matchup, even if he plays with nats.
Well, once the shipments start sending 2 and he gets the 310 Musk, that'll help out quite a bit.
Oh yeah,
because he
true.
can just camp there with that.
And I don't know if he even... No, he doesn't even have a TC in the front for spamming explorers. But I guess he still has only one right now. He didn't send the card yet.
He's trying to be fair.
Yeah.
He thinks he's playing on the old patch where 3 explorers OP, so he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be fair. It's Like, no, send 3 Explorer.
Yeah. Dictator's doing the right decision to make horse artillery. Because usually Otto struggles versus like huge army pop. And especially like on an open field versus with nets, they just can't really keep up if you just make Airbus Janissaries. So we need some horse cannons to trade cost efficiently.
Yeah, I think especially as Otto, if you have any artillery advantage, you should be pushing it, but Horse Art, just because of the fact that Abyss are not pop efficient, but one Horse Art is a heck of a lot more pop efficient than quite a bit.
Yeah.
There we go, now 2 Explorers out.
Yeah, but still no real forward TC. Would like to see one closer to the fight.
Sabusa's now pretty much out of wood. He only has like 300, but he still has 24k food, 20k coin. Dick is on like, Dick is on 10k food right now.
Yeah.
He has 14k wood, but if he goes out of food, he's not gonna be able to spend it on nats anyway. So
Actually, 3 Explorers is really good versus Ottoman, and how Dictator plays right now, because he has almost no Airbus guns. Just like, I guess 5.
yeah, so they're still
And
soaking. a lot
so
of
so
damage.
they're actually like still the old ones versus Ottoman, because your main units are like Janissaries and nets, so they're actually quite good. Yeah, and Sebus is just spamming Explorers right now, and actually since he started to make Explorers, he's also winning in terms of score.
If you can crack shot Hussars too, they've pretty much paid off their cost all on their own.
Yeah, yeah, and then still tank like 10 seconds.
Yep. So you're just gonna keep sending them in, maybe crack some Hussars.
Yeah,
or
Sebus
Hussars
is
or
really
something.
they're exploiting right now, just making Explorers 24/7, but he still forgot the one at his second
Dick
trade
is
post.
almost out of food too. He's only at 3k food right now.
Yeah, he traded too late in my opinion. That's why I was surprised when he had like 50k build. It's a mistake you do if you not play Ottoman much in 1 versus 1. That you estimate it wrong. But now maybe Dictator can come back with the great bombers and you can keep them and mass them to some point.
Yeah, especially since he's got the advantage on Colts and pretty much has the entire game. It's gonna be hard though, because he's at 700 food now, so he's gonna struggle to make any infantry at all, basically. Yeah, he's at 100 food.
Okay, he is at like 25 on coin versus on food, so he already switched mostly on food.
Yeah,
Fact.
but the thing is, this is gonna hurt him because he's not even gonna be able to really sustain
Yeah,
pop
he can't.
for a while.
Yeah, you can
so he's
see it
just gonna
already.
get pushed in by the port, who still
Yeah.
has 12k food, 18k coin, and especially with these 2P coming in, you're just gonna push and use your pop efficiency and overpop to basically run it down. Sabusa should just pump in a couple extra calls, because basically the only thing Dick can really fight right now is Call War.
Just has to shut his calves down now. His artillery, yeah. Should be an easy game. Yeah, you can already see Dictator can't maintain his pop.
Yeah, he's at
pretty much
like
dead.
180 pop right now versus 200 from Sabusa. This is why I say, like, the changes we made to Ottoman's Boon increase the score, but don't don't fix the problems that have in terms of sustaining their
Yeah, you
active
sustain,
push.
you survive like 3 minutes longer, maybe less, and that's it. Yeah, it's true.
You're still timed life, you still basically have to kill them.
Yeah, it's just a problem for Ottoman in 1 versus 1 in general. Because when you play them like in cliffs, usually
See guys, we are not biased towards Dictator. If we were, we would have buffed Ottoman such that Dictator would insta-win.
yeah, because Tanner thought if we buff, give them infinite bombardment, he thought Ottoman would be too OP and then nerfed Airbus guns damage for no reason.
Yeah, I think we should revert the Atlas gun changes in its entirety, and just, I'm honestly in favor of reverting the church changes in favor of just giving them an extra
extra milk card.
Yeah, give them food silos.
Yep. And change Bomber to like 7 or 6 pop, in my opinion. 8 is just ridiculous.
The other thing is, even with low wood, because of how cheap port nats are, they can actually afford to sustain them pretty decently, because they only cost 20 wood per income right now. So that actually is pretty significant.
Yeah.
Wait, mine says 20 wood. That can't be right. Because dicks are also 20 wood. So, has he not sent the cheaper nats card?
I don't know.
No, he has. Now get the church tech. No, he did. Okay. So, UI must just not be showing me what the actual...
Yeah, it doesn't update the cost reductions. And also, like, when you play India and look at the cost of a Kobarine from, like, a Nilla sieve, you see that they cost like 100 exports. So, yeah. Depends on which sieve you are when you look at the cost of a unit.
Man, I want to be able to get my culverins for 100 resources.
Yeah, actually, I guess we have to rework also the Explorer. Because if you don't have skirms, they're just so good. And some civs just can't make like a skirm type unit like Brit or Ottoman in a 1 versus 1.
I think we could leave them the same, but couple some other nerfs to port and see what we could do to make them a little better.
I don't think we should nerf port. They're like almost balanced. Just the Explorer is in this matchup ridiculous. In my opinion.
Possibly. I guess with the card to upgrade their HP, that basically offset them negative 200 nerf too. Because if you look at it, they're 3k HP still. So maybe we just need to like remove that upgrade card entirely so they can't get that bonus. And that would also remove the dock, which would leave them with only really the 3 Explorer instead of essentially 4.
Yeah, it's true, the dock is also like a 4th Explorer. And actually does more damage. Because it's a high attack speed. It's actually decent if you send the dock to Arcana. Just look at the dock, he is like blocking 5 Abus from attacking. It's
Yeah.
stupid.
People are writing Dick off completely, which Dick is in a really, really bad scenario.
Yeah, but Zabuza is not really pushing efficiently. He's just spamming right now.
Yeah, and Sabusa's at 7k food. So even though Dick is having trouble, if Dick just sustains and gets to a point where Sabusa is at similar food, they'll actually be evened out pretty close, because really the score disadvantage right now is just food. And a little bit of coin.
Yeah, and Ottoman has like a lower basic score, so they can play until they are like at 1k point, and then they're out of resources, while Port is already at like 1.1k score. They're out of resources.
Yep.
Yeah, Zabuza is not making enough Kobarines right now. and now Dictator was able to make more bombers.
48 range mortars is still pretty strong though. His Dick is
Yeah.
going to lose most of his FP here without ever really being able to touch those mortars.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
kind of where this
Sabusa also
scenario
does.
is really good for Sabusa.
Yeah, I guess it's still over. I don't.
I wouldn't say over because
Yeah,
Sabusa is
Sabusa
now
should-
only on 3k food.
Yeah, he should just slow down, make more coverings, and wait for his mod to destroy most of the front base. He's a bit too impatient now.
Yeah, he's just trying to basically say, okay, I'm winning, let's just totally win this.
Yeah.
Granted, Dick can't sustain pop right now, but
Yeah.
he just needs to get Sabusa down enough to the point where Sabusa is going to struggle to sustain pop and then play more cost efficiently with the artillery, which is why he's trying so hard to just keep the artillery alive.
Okay, but now I guess it's really over.
Yeah,
Yeah, he has almost no FB, he can't really
His
FB in
pop.
space.
his pop is down and now the cults are going to come in and kill the Calder damage, which should pretty
Yeah,
much end this game.
don't really understand his choice to pick Ottoman. He should have already known from the game when I played versus him, which you also observed, that Otto is not really a great Civ in 1v1 right
Yeah.
now.
I think the changes that we've made to autos are not sufficient to fix their flaws.
It's actually good for team games and cliffs, but outside of nets and in a 1v1, I guess it's still not enough. Yeah.
Well, I guess you can listen to my dog's glorious barks. I'm gonna go stop there.
Yeah, it should be pretty much over. Dictator can't really keep his pop out. And he's just trying to right now to stop Sabusa from pushing by trying to kill the mod, but it's not really working. Because Sabusa is also walling his flanks off.
Yep, Sabusa's doing everything he should be doing as part of his
Yeah,
push.
he slowed down his push and just is going for a more controlled.
More cost efficiency.
Yeah.
Sabusa's now basically out of food though as well. He's only on 400 food, so they're both on similar food.
Yeah,
but the
he's
thing
still
is Sabusa has the bigger
his
arm.
factories on wood. I guess he should change it now.
No, he only has 1k wood, so if he wants to keep
Okay.
pumping nats, he needs to keep his facts.
I don't think you have to make nets now. Usually, Port is happy if they don't have to make nets.
I think in
in a
this
matchup-
scenario though, Dick is out of wood completely. Spamming nats against him is actually the correct decision to just try to flood him.
Of course, you can just like overrun him with more pop. But I mean, like, if both play with nets and your opponent just stops to make nets, you're also fine to just stop as well with pot. They just don't have a great synergy with nets.
Yep.
Yeah, Dictator's just trying to survive, but
I think Dick is also. I mean,
He's
I hate
mad.
to say this, but yeah, I think he's tilted.
if he
now.
was in Skype now, he would scream and
He'd be like, "What the fuck, Tanner? What have you done?"
yeah, actually he's really mad now.
Yeah, this is Dick kind of going on tilt and just trying to. He's now in this stage where he's like, I don't want to lose, but I've
Yeah.
lost. So he's gonna do whatever he possibly can to just drag out the game.
He should be more mad about himself for picking Ottoman. He should have known before that they're still bad in a 1v1.
Yeah, I think
That's his mistake.
if you're serious about winning in a tournament, your options are to either try to pick a better matchup or to pick mirrors. If you're convinced that you are the better player, you should pretty much always play a mirror because
Yeah.
you should win if you're the better player.
I guess I should be mad now, because he just gave Sabusa a free win. I'm not really mad. It's just...
I don't know. I thought both of you played.
Actually, Sabusa is 2-0 now, by the way.
Yes. Which, if you had gone into this,
So
saying
Sabusa
who's
is
going to
already
be-
in the finals, right?
Exactly. If you had gone into this saying who's going to be 2-0 at the end of day 1, everyone would have said Dick. Absolutely.
I don't
think
want to
anyone
blame
would bet on
Sabusa, but he
Sabusa.
was also kinda lucky with the matchups. Because the Spain mirror is also always like a coin flip.
Yeah.
And
That's what I was gonna say. Is I didn't feel like you. And
I don't know,
Sabusa, I
I
felt like that
couldn't
matchup
see
was
much
good.
from my game, so I don't know how the Spain mirror was, but at one point I saw all my melee units just frozen and doing nothing, so I don't know. I don't wanna take this as an excuse, because I could have just played better, but yeah.
I think that it was very like minor differences that kind of compounded, which is what happens in the Spain mirror, because
Yeah.
it's always like a very fast-paced game where one person wins and loses based on like a couple of unit comp decisions where, oh, this guy got more nats and more rods at a certain point when I had more lancer and traded a couple armies slightly more cost efficient.
Yeah, that's what Sabusa did when I thought about the game in the end, because he made more rods at the flanks, and
Yeah.
usually your scams just shoot at the center of the army, and
I
his
think-
rods were always on my flank, so yeah, he traded them a bit better.
Yeah, he just
Because I
traded
had a
high
way better
efficiency.
boom. I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. So he's still a bit lucky with the matchups, to be fair.
I think the luck in matchups is more on this one. I think Dick is looking at this game and saying, "Why did I pick this?" Oh,
Yeah,
no
it's
GG.
Yeah, it's definitely Tater's fault for picking Ottoman. It's not much to say actually.
Okay, Dick doing the delayed GG.
Oh, Sabusa, fucking lacquer.
Sabusa 2-0 on the end of day 1. That's a pretty unexpected result. So, I guess to explain to the stream, since there's a 2-0 today, and a 0-2, we'll be going to a decider match tomorrow between Dictator and Lucas to decide who will go to the finals against Sabusa. The finals will be a best of 3. The decider match will be just a best of 1 to decide who goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely Dictator's fault for just picking Ottoman. Alright, GG. And you have lost connection to ESO.
Quality servers. Maximum quality servers.
And I just wanna play Aztecs now. I wish I could just play Aztecs and Ottoman everywhere. I would be so happy.
Honestly, I think Aztecs could still be a decent choice on this patch right now. I think they
I'm
would
just
lose
scared
to
to-
Brit, but
I'm just scared to play them, like, if your opponent starts to turtle, it just keeps on walling if you destroy the wars too, like I do versus your Su. I don't think that Aztec can push fast enough and
I
just
would
drain.
agree with that.
It's
think,
tough. I
though,
can't
it
really
could be-
estimate because I never really played Aztec in a 1 versus 1 before. So
I think it would be interesting to see like a true 1v or a true setup with Aztec in a 1v1 against a civ like German. I think they would lose to Brit or another civ like that, but I think they could actually legitimately beat German because they would have such a huge map control advantage.
Did you already try if the siege mode works for Arrow Knights?
I haven't made that change yet. I've
Oh,
just
okay.
changed a minor
Okay.
thing with how their AI is set, which I hope will make it so they don't run forward, but I haven't changed the rest yet.
Yeah, I guess we can try if it works with your
Right.
change right now.
I will have to end the stream here to give ESOC TV back their channel until tomorrow. So thank you everyone for tuning in. We will be resuming at 16:30 GMT tomorrow with Dictator versus Lucas to decide who goes on to the finals of the Treaty Titans Invitational to face off against Sabusa, who is our 2-0 winner today.